challenges. I know that, there are a number of sort of post shaves in terms of visas, and I think Lucy just was the right side of the line. Abdullah, unfortunately, was just the wrong side of the line. I think that unfortunately we're still in that territory, but it's great to have everybody around the board table. I think, obviously it's an important meeting. We've got a lot on the agenda, but I think it's good just to actually recognise how much progress we have made this year. I think it's, thinking back to the situation in January, I think we really have moved forward an awful lot. And that's despite the fact that we have been in this sort of transition backwards and forwards, or forwards, perhaps I should say, from entirely virtual this time last year through to hybrid, and up to 17 board members in September. So, I think a huge thank you to everybody, technical advisors, task force members, as well as board members, in terms of what you've done this year. And certainly that was one of the reasons for doing the post yesterday for International Volunteers Day, was just to actually call attention to that, and just take that opportunity to say thank you to everybody. The sort of good problem that we now have, of course, is the sort of logjam that we've got in terms of approvals, and that's obviously something that Ross is going to talk about in his report. But I think in terms of sort of thinking about how we move through the agenda material that we've got here, and also the agenda material that we will have in March, it's that acute issue that we keep on bumping up against in terms of the relationships between the various different projects, and you can see that in the measurement projects that we're going to be discussing today. You can see that in the leases project that we're going to be discussing tomorrow. You can see that in revenue and transfer expenses. So it's kind of everywhere. And I think what that does is it makes it really important that as we move through the items, that we actually focus on it issue by issue, and work out what we can do with each of those issues. And if there is a bigger, sort of issue that we need to focus on, then we'll need to make sure that we have time to come back and look at things in the round. But certainly in terms of making the most of the agenda time, what we'll try and do is stick to the issue that is identified in first couple of items in fatal floor, see what we can do in terms of just getting to a resolution on that specific issue. We've got the opportunity of drafting group and task force meetings in the collaborative time, so we're not going to do drafting in the board meeting. That can go to measurement drafting group this afternoon, or the leases task force tomorrow. But we will make sure that where we've logged issues, if it's a bigger picture issue, that we ask staff to do some preliminary thinking and come back with advice to the board on options, and then we can make sure that we come back and discuss that later. And obviously, if that has a work programme impact, we can pick that up at the end of the week and communicate with our stakeholders as appropriate. So I think that if we can kind of keep that in mind, that we'll take that process, that would be that will help everyone. So with that, I think we move through then into the actual agenda. Obviously, we've got all board members present, either in person or virtually. I think probably the next item is minutes from the September 2022 meeting. Ross?
Just one change to note that was flagged by Lucy, that the September 2022 minutes need one amendment to add the July check-in approval of the minutes. So the board did review and approve those in September, but the draft minutes have not included the July 22 reference. So we've added that back in, and that will be in the minutes when we approve them today. Thanks.
Okay, everyone okay if we just record that fact? Any other points on the September minutes? Okay, that's good. So we take those as approved. And then next item is minutes from the October check-in meeting. Any additional points anybody wants to bring up on those? Okay, so those are approved. Then we have the IPSAS IFRS alignment dashboard. I don't think there are any major changes to recognise on that at the moment, although there's a number of things coming up on the ISB's agenda. Next item is the IPSAS ISS alignment. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a minor comment on the comment column of table 2, page 4 of the agenda papers on the IFRS for SMEs. I suggest that we update the comment because we have already started with the research and scoping activities for differential reporting. I think it was in June when Joanna started, getting information from different members. So there's just a need to update the comment column.
Okay, thanks for that, Lisa. We'll get that updated. In terms of the IPSAS International Statistical Standards dashboard, that's very much something that's Joao's baby. The good news on that is that we will also be adding some material on the website shortly, just actually giving the background on that, so it gives it a bit more prominence. Then item 1.7, the report on activities, communication and outreach. A lot going on in that area. Thanks everyone again for all the work that you've done. It's noticeable that a lot more of the events now are obviously in person rather than virtual. We will sort of focus when we get to tomorrow to talk about what's going on in the sustainability space. There's a lot been going on there. But just to check, is there anything else anybody wants to call attention to just on that report at the moment? Ross.
Just a minor comment and a prompt to members to really make sure that you log your activities on that document. That's TAs and members. We do use that for reporting to the PIC to show the breadth of our outreach activities. It also goes to the IFAC board, and some of our donors get that reporting as part of our reporting for the money we receive to show the breadth of our outreach. So it's particularly important that we get accurate capture of all of the outreach activities for the board, and that report is our main tracking of that. And if you have any questions on it and things, whether they should go on or not, feel free to ask staff and we'll give you advice. Okay, thanks for that. I know it's not my favorite activity, but it has to be done for those reasons. So appreciate your indulgence on that. Okay, so then we move on to CAG update. Thomas, and I think many of the board members were actually present for that. A lot of very good discussions yesterday.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. Indeed, we had a very intense day yesterday, and I think especially those who attended virtually on screen suffered a little bit as it was deep in the night for some of them, or even early in the morning. We met from 9 to 5 and had a very intensive agenda and very intensive discussions. As you might remember, in the June meeting, we started having the implementation issues back on the agenda, and we continued that yesterday. And it was a real pleasure to have an update presentation from Abdullah, who is online here as well. Thanks again, Abdullah, for the great presentation yesterday. It was an update after the first presentation he did in 2019, reporting on the accounting reform in Saudi Arabia. In a nutshell, I think we can say that they are other than in the first attempt they undertook in 2003, where the accrual reform wasn't successful, they are now on a very successful path. He reported that 7 entities have already been implementing or already implemented IPSAS. 400,000 public sector and 400 public sector assets were valued, identified and valued, and thousands of employees are trained on a quarterly basis in IPSAS or the respective standards, which is the KSA standards, which is IPSAS with a few amendments. I think we had a very good discussion around that, especially asking what made it successful this time compared to the first attempt, and what is the use of the accruals information which is prepared as a result of the accounting reform. I think it came out very clearly that this is a purpose-driven accounting reform, because the accounting reform is only one of many pillars of a kind of a holistic reform of the country, and the leaders want to have this information in order to move on in other areas like the privatization of the health sector. You obviously need to know what you own and what you owe in order to make a financially self-standing health sector or create a financially self-standing sector. So I think that has been very interesting and caused a lot of discussion and questions. And again, thank you very much, Abdullah, for this fantastic support of the CAG meeting yesterday. Then we had the IPSASB Program and Technical Directors report done by Ross, and I think you will receive kind of the same today. We had 3 comments, reactions. The first one was on, is there a need for re-exposure in the area of revenue and transfer expenses? I think Ross answered that this will be kind of looked at in depth after your discussion, and the paper will be prepared on that, where you can make your decision as the board members. The second one was, as there are some projects shifted back from December to March due to the available board time, there was a question whether that is due to the complexity of the issues or the kind of the amount of staff capacity being available. I think Ross, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said it's a combination of both. Obviously, kind of many projects having been started in 2015 after the finalization of the concept framework, many projects are now in the approval phase, so coming in the decisive phase, and staff capacity is not comparable to, let's say, what the ISB has or other standard setting board have, not near to those, to say that. And the third comment was regarding leasing. I think it was the French member saying that French constituents are struggling with the IPSAS 43 and the rights-based approach. And I think Ross commented that this will be looked at when investigating the responses to ED 81. So that was in terms of the director's report. Then we had a presentation done by staff regarding the value of the CAG support to the IPSASB. This was a discussion which we started earlier, that we said we need to investigate whether we fulfill our purpose and whether the terms of references are followed. I think the result, in summary, of doing a survey among some of the IPSAS board members, but also some of the CAG members, was that, yes, there is a value. Obviously, things can always be improved going forward, but there has tremendous development in the last 6 years in providing useful input. Looking forward, I think there are 2 areas I want to mention to be kind of looked at or focused in order to kind of make sure that this value is provided in the future as well. One is maintain CAG member diversity. Obviously, I think it's the variety of perspectives which brings the value to the table, and we have to maintain that variety and make sure that we have the right composition. And the second aspect is to incorporate more strategic and implementation discussions moving on in that way. And obviously, as there are more and more entities now on the way or have already implemented that, This is certainly an area which is of importance. Then we started discussing the area of sustainability reporting. First part in the CAC meeting was a presentation which Camira gave or based on a study which EY did on sustainability reporting in Latin America on the request of the IDB and FOCAL. FOCAL is the network of accountant generals in Latin America. Camira presented the results, which in essence and in a nutshell were surprisingly positive in terms of what is already happening in terms of sustainability reporting. I think a lot is already been undertaken. Key recommendations from countries participating in that study obviously were to say, yes, we kind of agree that it is possible to kind of for public sector reporting guidance in the future to build on what is done in the private sector, but not without substantial amendment. So it's not just terminology changes because public sector has its specificities. That's number one. But on the other side, yes, there is merit in cooperating with other standard setters because there should be kind of unique and consistent guidance for the public sector globally. So that was that part. The slides are available, by the way. Then we had a discussion on advancing public sector sustainability reporting, the consultation paper. 3 areas to be looked at. First question was whether the key issues which staff identified from the responses to the consultation paper were the right issues. I think as a summary, I can say that members agree that these issues are the right issues, but probably there are 2 aspects which should be looked at with focus and priority, and that is objective and scope of sustainability reporting to make sure that you get the objective right, so the why, and you get the something right, which Ian, how Ian phrased it yesterday, something to be reported. So that's the scope. What are you going to request from public sector entities in that area? And that should be clarified first before you think about other factors, other issues. And also before you think about cooperating with other standard setting bodies being active in that area, because obviously, as some members said, even the IPSASB and GRI disagree on the focus of reporting. And so you should kind of clarify your focus, your scope and your objective first before interacting with other standard setters, which by the way was supported by CAC members overwhelmingly. And the third aspect being discussed was the question whether the guidance should be mandatory or non-mandatory. I think the first reaction was the request to clarify what mandatory means, because obviously even your standards on financial reporting are not mandatory in the sense that you can require somebody to follow the standards. But you can require somebody to follow all standards if you want to make the statement to be in full compliance with IPSAS. Some members expressed, and I come back to that in the next agenda topic, expressed the IPSAS standards as being the gold standard of financial reporting. So if somebody wants to claim I'm following the gold standard, he should follow all standards. And then that regard, the question was whether that would apply in the same manner to sustainability reporting. Question number 1 is, how do the 2 set of guidances kind of relate to each other? If you want to kind of make the statement you are in full compliance with IPSAS, does that kind of require to follow the sustainability standards as well? Or are they independently coexisting from each other so that you can follow either or the financial or the sustainability standards? So these are aspects which should be clarified going forward. The next agenda item was differential reporting. 2 areas where we looked at. First of all, it was the question, what is or what defines a less complex entity? So who should benefit from different reporting requirements? And I think what I can say is that from the three approaches, the first approach, which would be the public accountability approach, was not supported by CAG members because they said every public sector entity is accountable to the public and being at as small as it could be. So this wouldn't be a good argument. Many CAG members supported the use of the characteristics-based approach, but in the same way that materiality should be looked at as a factor. And I think in the end there was overall support to allow jurisdictions to exercise judgment of what is material, what is not material, based on their own unique operating environment. The second aspect was the question: what kind of relief should be provided? And when considering the potential simplified model, some members cautioned that a separate one-size-fits-all IPSAS may not be feasible or appropriate for that purpose. And on the other side, maybe resource intensive to maintain. So the question here is the same. Do you want to provide a separate set of statements, or do you kind of want to capture relief in the existing standards, which would probably be much easier to be maintained? So there were members saying that while a differential reporting model may facilitate adoption, because many smaller entities are saying IPSAS is too complex, we cannot adopt IPSAS, it may pose a risk of entities opting for the simpler model when the full IPSAS is more appropriate. So comparable to what some countries are doing with the IFRS for SMEs, where kind of the whole country applies IFRS for SMEs, regardless whether they are complex or non-complex. This risk was seen here as well. And in that context, another member made the comment that be aware that IPSAS is the gold standard, which you established here for the public sector, and warned that developing a lesser model may result in a reputational risk. Last but not least, CAG members encouraged the IPSASB to consider the implications on consolidation. So what will be the impact if kind of some entities provide kind of less information? How do you deal with that in the area of consolidation? And to communicate that the simplified model is intended to provide benefits that outweigh the costs. Last but not least, we had the outlook on the next strategy and work plan, which was provided by Ian. I think more or less, I think members listened and understood that the CAG will be involved going forward. I think that was very helpful to see the timetable, and that the CAG will have the opportunity to kind of feed in contributions in the future. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Thomas. I think that underlines, you know, it was a very rich agenda. And as I think you summarised at the time, you know, we kind of look both forward and backwards, or backwards and forwards, rather. So a lot of very interesting discussions, I thought, which underlined the value of the CAG to the board. Any questions or comments anybody wants to make in terms of Thomas's report back? I mean, obviously we have sustainability reporting on the agenda tomorrow, so we'll reflect again on some of the things that were said and looking at the analysis of comments. Any other points anybody wants to make at this stage? Yes, Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reflect on the presentation at CAG yesterday by Camera, which Thomas has reported on. My take on this is that exercise has reinforced the need for IPSAS board to engage our academic group to do research on IPSAS. Let us test to know who is implementing our guidance, and what challenges do they have. That will also help the board to actually know, ascertain whether we are treating the needs of the public sector appropriately as a public sector standard setter. And I want to also suggest that we should take this survey research activity as an item on our work program. So when we are budgeting for the work program, we should also make a budget for research going forward. I think it will really help the board to have a focus. We shouldn't be looking at the research as a one-off exercise. Let's have a focus on it. Let it be on our program. And then we know that we are dealing with something very important. That's my...
Thanks, Chris. I think there's no doubt about the fact that, you know, we need to think about that whole research agenda in moving into the next strategy. And I think, you know, we've obviously got the academic advisory group at the moment, but I think there's further, and it's interesting. I mean, I had a recent conversation with one of the chairs of the national standard setting boards, who's being more active in this area, and he felt that, you know, there's opportunities for collaboration and, you know, also more specific, more targeted research and so on. So I think we'll definitely factor that into the discussions and the formulation of the next plan. Okay, any other points? Okay, and to remember to look online as well as around the room. So I think with that, Ross, over to you for your report.
Thanks, Ian. And thanks everybody for coming. It's nice to be back in Toronto for a meeting for the first time since June 2019. And, you know, many members around the table, probably your first time in Toronto for the IPSASB meeting. So thanks for those who could find the space in their schedule and the resources to come in person. Really do appreciate it. Want to give a special thanks to Leah and Vanessa for their arrangements of the meeting today, and CPA Canada for the excellent space. And another special thanks to the IT team at the back that's making a seamless meeting with yesterday, a very successful hybrid CAG meeting where we had the majority of members online. And then today where we've got the majority of members in the room, but I think a good meeting experience for all. So thank you very much for that. Just having some clicker problems here.
That's the penalty for talking about seamless.
There we go. There we go. Thanks. Shouldn't have said anything. So I just want to run through a couple of the key items in the report that I'm sure everybody's read. As Ian alluded to, the thing I'll start with is what you know, we technically like to call the logjam. Thank you. And that really was alluded to in Thomas's update from the CAG. We have several projects we started after we completed the 2014 IPSASB conceptual framework and our strategy 2015 forward. We started at the same time and we've managed to progress them kind of in similar levels. So we've hit this 2 or 3 times where we had a glut of consultation papers at the same time, a glut of EDs at the same time. And, you know, what we've learned is there is a need to balance agenda time across a couple of meetings when you have a lot of approvals. And we've tried our best to do that for December 2022 and March 2023. And, you know, there is a reasonable number of volunteer board can approve within a single meeting. And we're trying to balance that and still make the progress. There's also a reasonable amount of staff actions you can do in terms of drafting and decisions and catching up when you've got cross-cutting issues on projects. So, you know, we are really actively working with the task forces and the drafting groups, working together as staff to try and progress all of these items together in a way that the board feels comfortable making approvals and that we have the space in the board meetings to do that. With that being said, the items that we've put up for formal approval, final approval here in the December meeting are the update to the property, plant and equipment standard and the update to the measurement chapter of the conceptual framework. I have IPSA's XX measurement as a question mark. We are putting that up formally as March 2023. However, if the board's comfortable by the end of the week and they feel they've covered off all the issues, there's nothing that could preclude the board from approving it. It's not a push, just a matter of fact. I think, we're not miles away. We've been working on COV for a while, and I think some of the anecdotal feedback from members is the drafting starting to come together in a clearer way that it's reading a lot closer to final. And then turning to the March 2023 planned approvals, obviously the big ones, revenue and transfer expenses. And again, good feedback on those two draft documents and their development from the drafting group and various members, that those are really starting to shape up and come together. As Thomas alluded to in the CAG, the question came up on re-exposure, and both of those items are potential re-exposure items. And you'll get a staff paper on both that examines the exposure draft, key changes from that exposure draft, feedback from comments driving those changes, and a recommendation for each separately from staff, whether or not re-exposure is merited or not. And when we think about re-exposure, we like to think about whether, the board's going to learn anything new that it didn't already learn from a previous exposure and comments it's received, and whether the changes to the original draft pronouncement are significant versus what was proposed, or whether it's just really clarifications that are informed by the comments we've received. So stay tuned for that paper that will lay out the due process requirements, how it works, so members are clear going into the March meeting what re-exposure looks like and how it works. And you'll have a staff analysis supporting the changes from the exposure drafts to help you, make your own judgment on whether those are significant, whether you think we're going to learn anything from re-exposure or not. And we've been talking to our cousin boards at Audit and Ethics about their re-exposure processes and how they've managed re-exposures in the past. And like us, it is quite rare. But there are some instances that we've looked at, and we'll continue to draft that and put them in the papers. So again, you're well informed when we get to that re-exposure consideration to understand how it works and form your own view on whether you think we should do that or not. Again, measurements on there with the question mark. If we don't get through it this week, we are hoping to clear it in the March 2023 meeting. We do have some other important items on the December 22 agenda as well, as you know. So the approval of ED 84 leases, and the full titles on the slide there. I won't read it to you. And then the very, very important strategic decision on the next steps on advancing public sector sustainability. And I would say this topic really is becoming, the burning fire in the room, starting to suck up all the oxygen in the public space around reporting. Had a lot of outreach this quarter, as did Ian and many members, and the feedback I'm hearing at almost every event I go to, or every member I talk to about their event, is sustainability, sustainability, sustainability. Progress is moving quickly on the private sector side, as are expectations on the public sector side. So I think it's a really important discussion we'll be having tomorrow, the board, and really looking forward to hearing what members think about the feedback we've received on that consultation, and some of the recommendations and thoughts on the way forward from staff to take that forward. Just a quick work program update. A couple items have been adjusted from the September work program. And again, that really comes down to scarcity of agenda time here in December, that we're not digging back into ED 82 responses to the retirement benefit plans project just yet, or the CP on natural resources. We do hope to get both started in March 2023. And obviously I've made the adjustments for the approvals that were originally planned for this meeting, but when we looked at it, it just was not realistic that we could approve all the items. So we've put those back to March 2023. Yeah.
So just pause at that point, see if there's any comments that members have got on, what Ross has said in terms of those changes to the program timings as a result of progress, etc. Claudia, and then Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. Ross, I only questioned if you are really possible to meet all the deadlines in March you've showed us. When I see how much we want to approve, which project you would like to start, where we want to go further on sustainability reporting, And then keep in mind that in December, probably you also work only half of the December because of Christmas. So I'm not really sure if we could keep the expectation that what we can really do realistically in March. So maybe we can have on Friday an additional review, what is realistic for the March meeting and what we have to postpone to the June meeting.
Ross, back on that.
Yeah, even though we're balancing across two meetings, that's not to say it's not still aggressive, and, we might need to revisit it, and that's in the paper. The one recommendation for this item is that we do revisit on Friday and see where we get. Obviously, if we have more issues than we anticipated, then, we'll have to step back and consider that. But I would say in drafting it, I do think it's reasonable based on where we are on revenue and transfer expenses in particular. We're in a good place on those, and I think it's just let's see where we get this week.
Yeah, agreed. But we do need that discussion on Friday. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ross, for the presentation. As you have mentioned, Ross, we are expecting approvals of the conceptual framework update and the property, plant, and equipment this meeting, and then the measurement will be in March. But since these three projects are interrelated, it was mentioned in the paper that they will be published as a package. So my concern is that if the measurement IPSAS would be approved in March, so there could be a delay in the publication of the conceptual framework and the PP&E. So I would suggest that following our finalization process, it might take like May or June for the publication of the final pronouncement package. So I suggest that I think we have to come up with communication points so that we can manage the expectation of our constituents that these three documents would be made available only by May or June of 2023 and not soon after the approval date. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lucy. It's a good point. Communicating on this is going to be really important because it is a package, and we will want to finalize measurement, look across for any final editorials across all the documents, and get them ready for publication. Now, that being said, if we do finalize PP&E and the measurement chapter of conceptual framework at this meeting, we will get started on processing those and have those fairly close to publication ready before we even get to March. And then my hope is that it doesn't slip all the way to June and that we can actually get the package out sometime in April. But it will take some time, you're right, and we'll make sure it's not rushed. We'll use the e-news after this meeting to communicate any approvals. And I think if we're talking about any major issues in e-news on that, it will be that they'll go out as a package in spring 2023. And we'll also support that with social media.
Thanks, Ross. Nima.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Ross. I think it's closely related to what Luz was saying. I was just looking at para 10 on the approval of conceptual framework. Then I was wondering whether the para should also say that we are still reviewing the stakeholders' feedback and issues, and there will be the final update of the conceptual framework in June. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll take that offline.
Okay. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I note that we do have the check-in meetings as well that are scheduled, the February one. So I haven't seen in our conversation so far how we could use the February check-in meeting to help manage the workload. And just question of clarification, a check-in meeting as the same level of authority, we could potentially approve final documents if we wanted to, if it was the proper timing. Just a question of clarification on that.
Yeah, it is a meeting. It's not our formal quarterly meeting, and I don't as long as we follow our due process in terms of reference, we could do an approval in it. To this point, because it's a one session, 3-hour meeting, we haven't tried to do full approvals in those types of meetings. We've tried to do those substantive approvals at our quarterly 4-day meetings where we have the time to kind of go around the issues and work through them. We have finalized some approvals. If you remember back to the measurement suite, we did their approval subject to in December 2020, and then we finalized those in February 2021. So we have used them in that way. What we tend to do for those check-in meetings is at the end of each board meeting, you'll remember, we usually have a couple items that we want to prioritize, and we highlight those as what we'll bring back. And in some cases, we'll even cancel them if we really don't think we need them, to give members and staff the capacity back. So again, on Friday, when we sit down and look at where we are, let's think about how we want to use those check-in meetings to bring things back. Really hard to say today until we have these discussions where we might end up, because we don't know which issues might pop up and which ones lend themselves well to a chunk of staff task force work after the board meeting, and then a short session in February where we think we could actually get something solved. And that's really where we're trying to use it to kind of keep things moving.
Yeah, I think, I think the check-in meetings have actually really proved their worth in terms of the ability to move things forward. And as we did with the October check-in meeting, where we'd had a really good discussion in Lisbon, and it allows you to, kind of go through the drafting when it's fresh in people's minds. And we do recognise, though, that that's a call on board members. But I think it's proved its worth during the pandemic, actually, that was one of the factors that allowed us to keep moving with things. So, but I think, it also underlines the fact that agenda management is an art rather than a science, and we need to respond to where we get and then plan accordingly. But I think it also shows we've got various routes through, and we'll use those appropriately. And make sure members are clear what the plans are ahead of time. Okay. So move us on then, Ross.
So as part of breaking the logjam, it's really about clearing off items we've been working on now for going on 6-7 years, that have been through various stages of due process and board thinking over time. Feedback from stakeholders, has been received and taken in as it shaped all the final pronouncements that we're starting to look at now. So I just wanted to remind the board and our constituents the journey we've been on, because if you go back to the beginning of the projects, we had an idea in place for these projects, and then we've kind of responded throughout the process to get where we are today. And again, we've been building on the items we're looking to approve now for the last couple of years. Sorry, just a conversation back there. We've been working on these for a couple of years now and refining the draft final pronouncements, making decisions throughout as we work towards where we are today. So again, our approval sessions for whether they're CPs, EDs, or final standards are generally where we're looking to focus on fatal flaw issues, rather than deliberations of previous decisions, because you're, not happy that, it was your particular view and the board went another way, or you kind of want to revisit things. We have followed a process, and it's important that we focus on the big picture items now, because matter of fact, on all these projects, stakeholders have been waiting a long time. The revenue standard is something that, has been hotly waited for since the day we started that standard, and measurement as well. Our stakeholders need these solutions. And, I had a national standard setter say to me yesterday, well, kind of want you guys to get this done because I've got to still expose that in my jurisdiction so that we can get the standard in and start using it in our jurisdiction as well. So not saying that to downplay the importance of approvals. They are very important, but we have to trust the process a little bit and focus on the big picture issues and get these approvals out the door in the next couple of meetings. And the reason I say that is because there are a big glut of new projects that, again, our stakeholders are telling us they want us to work on. So differential reporting and presentation of financial statements that we'll discuss this week are important topics that, have been burning issues for a while for a lot of stakeholders. Sustainability reporting, it's new in our agenda and our thinking, but it's not an issue that's not a big problem for members where they're looking for our constituents, where they're looking for our support and solutions. So with that, if you're thinking about whether the point you have is a fatal flaw point or not, I guess what I would advise members to think about is whether it's something that would cause them to vote against the pronouncement or abstain from voting because you think the board's got it wrong. And it's going to result in financial reporting guidance that drives the wrong outcome from a fair presentation perspective. And again, if you have questions about that process, you want to talk to staff on how it works. If you decide you don't want to vote for approval because of an issue, seek me out. Happy to have a conversation with you. But the point I think I'm trying to make is if we have one member who's still stuck on a point that they're not happy with, but the rest of the board's happy, we've got a good consensus, that probably means we should be voting on this and getting the guidance out rather than redeliberating a member's particular point again, because they weren't happy with where we got. And I mean, it's not that these projects haven't been well considered and well developed. They have been. We've followed due process religiously throughout. The points we usually get from the pick on due process is we're too cautious. So we're not getting the opposite saying you're moving too quickly. So I guess that's my little pep talk before we get into the discussions to just kind of make sure that we don't start backsliding on issues that have long been put away. Because we really do need to get going on these. There's other important public interest work that needs to be done. And, we're at diminishing returns on some of these projects now. We need to finalize the guidance, need to finalize the drafting, we need to get these things out. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that, Ross. Anything people want to say further before we actually move into the first session on measurement? Lucy.
As shown in the work program, the approval of the strategy and work plan is set in September 2024. And again, following the finalization process, it might be published during the first week of fourth quarter of 2024. Ideally, the strategy and work plan should be approved prior to the period it covers. So in this case, for 2024 to 2028, ideally it should be approved at the end of 2023 or at the latest first quarter of 2024. I know so that all the activities and projects of the board would be based on or shaped up by the strategy and work plan. The strategy and work plan for 2019 to 2023 was approved in February of 2019. So I wonder if we can reconsider the timing of the consultation process and other related activities so that the strategy and work plan would be available, would be approved by at the latest, the first quarter of 2024. Thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, Lucy, you're right. There is some tension with the timing of getting to work on the strategy and work program consultation and in the next strategic period. And we've it's been, if you look at work programs over the last few meetings, it's sliding back and back because the projects we're trying to finish are sliding back and back. I think once we get into the discussions on strategy and work program, I think we will have to talk about timelines and how we communicate to people when we expect to finish it. So to your point, it's clear that there's not a gap in our strategic thinking and where we are. So I would say, and maybe we start these discussions in March 2023 and with a bit of a plan and map out what the process is for the strategy and work program and the activities that we have planned similar to the last time to get broad feedback on that and who we're going to talk to and when.
I mean, as you say, it's not ideal, but on the other hand, actually, things like we're trying to fit in roundtable discussions And, you know, partners have indicated that the fourth quarter of next year is the time when they want to go for those. We've got issues around sustainability reporting and so on. So, you know, we've got a lot of different things to balance, as well as the overall workload on the board. So, you know, we will move through it as quickly as we can, but I think we're just reflecting the reality. And, you know, as Ross says, if we need to communicate accordingly that in theory there's a gap, well, okay, so be it. You know, I think we'll just have to understand that. And I think our stakeholders will understand that. Scott.
Yeah, I want to comment and support you what you just said. Yeah, I paused for yesterday when I saw that, but we just went through mid-consulting. So I just feel like we just were out asking our constituents what we wanted to do. So I think we're moving forward. I think we have clear direction, and I'm okay with that because we were just asked a year ago, we were just out asking. So I think that makes sense.
Okay. So I think with that, just checking I've not missed any. So thank you, Ross. I think that sets the stage, if you like. Just final bits on March. Yeah.
Thanks, Ian. I just wanted to remind people about the March meeting that'll be in Washington. We'll be hosting the IMF offices. And the Monday before that March meeting, we're planning an event with the IMF, and the IMF will be hosting it. And we're trying to integrate with some of their PFM reform programs and support they're providing member countries and some of their initiatives linking with some of ours. The agenda is still under development and discussions with the IMF, but I just wanted to give a plug to members to think about that and planning your travel to try and make this event. We did the first one in, I think it was March 2016, called Harnessing the Power of Accrual. And it had the IMF, OECD, World Bank, obviously IPSASB members and staff participating, and it was a great event and probably one of our first, you know, multi-group events that we hosted, similar to our roundtables, where we got good engagement and built a lot of strong relationships, got a better understanding of what's on the international organizations' agendas, and they got a good chance to hear from us what's going on in our space in a way that they hadn't in the past. So, you know, I'm confident it'll be an event worth showing up for. So if you can make your travel arrangements to be there on Sunday, so that you're there for the event on the Monday, we greatly appreciate it. And I think you'll find it very worthwhile. Thanks.
Thanks, Ross. Okay, so now with that, we move into item 3, which is the first of the fatal flaw discussion sessions that we're going to have today. Just before we get into that, Dave, if I can just go to you, just in terms of to summarise for members the process that we're going to go through in terms of moving these forward during the meeting.
So I think Ross gave a really good summary of what we put forward when staff was evaluating which projects were ready for approval. We really put forward what we thought was ready for approval. So we think conceptual framework and property, plant and equipment are ready to go. We think measurements close, which is why we didn't put it forward for approval, but you'll see how it's presented. It's presented in a way that shows it's almost ready for approval. With regards to how we'll move through the sessions today, we'll obviously go through and present all the changes we've made since September, October. And then we'll take comments from members, and any editorial comments we'll work through with the drafting group. We have a drafting group scheduled as part of the collaboration session this afternoon. Any comments of, well, maybe I'll say fatal flaws, that's the term Ian used. Staff can take away and come back with a view later in the week. And the bigger plan, once we come out of the drafting group, we'll provide members with updated versions of whatever's up for approval on Friday. And you'll have Thursday afternoon as part of the collaboration time to review those in detail. So you will have a good 2 hours of allocated board time to review those documents.
Thanks, Dave. Before we get a drink afterwards to thank everybody. So maybe we should do it the other way around. I don't know. Anyway, just joking. With that, I think if we can move to you, John, then in terms of the conceptual framework.
Yeah, morning, everybody. And I think the the scene's been set for this agenda item, so I'll try and get on with it more quickly than I normally would. It's agenda item 3. And just to quickly run through the standing items, which I'll take as read, the project roadmap indicates that this chapter we're going for approval at this meeting. The instructions and decisions are those which were made at the October check-in meeting about 6 weeks ago. Okay, and I hope I've actioned all those appropriately. I'm not going to go into approval, which is agenda item 3.2.1 now, because that's going to happen on Friday. So I'll park that. Just to say a little bit about the arrangement of the agenda items in the 3.3.1, 3.3.3 sequence. 3.31 is the core text of chapter 7, marked up with changes from October check-in. 3.3.2 is the basis for conclusions, marked up with changes from the October check-in version. And 3.3 is what I've called a publishable draft version. And subject to approval, the aim is that this will eventually go into the handbook. And particular thanks to João for helping me out on that, and also Vanessa. They can tell you about my Luddite tendencies when it comes to templates. So what I suggest we do is go through the document, and I think it might be best to go through the publishable version of the document at 3.3.3. And the idea is that I will take on board with Dave, other members of the team, the comments that you make, and indeed many of you have already made very, very helpful comments, which I've either actioned or I'm in the process of actioning. And the aim is that we will get a revised draft to you on Thursday, Dave. That will have gone through the measurement drafting group, and then optimally, we will vote for approval on the Friday morning. Okay, could I ask Chair if he wants to add anything to that?
No, but just to remind members, if you have still got editorials that you haven't passed through to staff, if you can make sure that they have those in advance of the drafting group session this afternoon.
And just to note that really here we want to focus on fatal flaws rather than editorial changes. The editorial changes are amendments that are highlighted, that are extremely valuable. But in order to optimize the use of time, if we could really drill down into any area where members feel that there are problems with the current drafting.
Okay, so thank you. And just to say thank you very much to those members and TAs who have passed comments through to staff. I think that's very helpful in terms of alerting everyone to issues coming up. Okay, so with that, if we move off through the document 3.3.3, and basically we are on page 49 of 77. Which is where we've got the introductory section and the objective of measurements, which essentially is taken from the previous version. So as far as I'm aware, the first section where there are comments is on initial measurements at 7.5. I know, I think, Patricia, you've got a point that you want to bring up at this point.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I have 2 points. One is ask for clarification. Another one is about the articulation with measurement draft. The first point, the text in the first sentence sets that the criterion in the initial recognition is transaction price plus transaction costs. Considering the previous decision, transaction price plus transaction cost is equal to historical cost. For clarification in better articulation with specific IPSAs like PP&E, intangible inventories, and other IPSAs, my suggestion is to include the term historical cost in the first sentence. My second point, paragraph 7 in the measurement draft indicates two situations where the transaction price is not applicable, where demand cost is used, where other IPSAs required or permitted different bases. In both cases, transaction price plus transaction cost does not faithfully present the most relevant information about assets or liabilities. So my suggestion is to present the principle in a broader way. And my suggestion for the text would be initial measurement for an asset is the historical cost in black transaction price plus transaction cost, unless other basis better faithfully represents the relevant information. In the same way for the liability, initial measurement for a liability is the historical cost in black transaction price minus transaction cost, unless other basis best faithfully represent the relevant information. It's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So I think there's a factual point there, which is the relationship between transaction price and transaction costs and historical cost, which is factually correct. And then the question is how we handle that, given the focus has been on in initial measurement on transaction price, and then we've moved on to historical cost as the basis of subsequent measurement. So if I could just take comments on that, please. Chris, you want to come in?
Sorry, Chair. I am not responding to your comment. I was just alluding to what Patricia said, because it was a point I had here. But my own is a little bit different from what she has presented. I was looking at paragraph 6. Please bear with me. I actually thought maybe I could hand this over to the editorial group, but since she has raised it, and I think it's also important that I should reemphasize. And now, I was looking at paragraph 7.6, the new paragraph 7.6, and I thought why we should define transaction price rather than transaction cost when we are dealing with initial measurement for liability. My point is that we already had defined both terms in paragraph 5. So repeating the definition of transaction cost in paragraph 7.6 is somehow redundant. So I was asking, maybe when that sentence should actually be deleted.
Can we hold that one, Chris? Because there is a reason why we went for 3 paragraphs. So what I want to do is just pick up what is a fatal flaw rather than what might be more a drafting preference. So on this point that Patricia has picked up, which is that transaction price and transaction costs are actually defined in the measurement standard. It is technically correct that the summation of those two is historical cost. The question is, do we want to make that change here, or do we want to note that that is the case and that it's then used going forward in subsequent measurements? So Lindy, do you want to just come in on that, and then I'll go through how we handle the other points, and I'll come back to your point, Chris, when we've dealt with the first point.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess I did pick it up that kind of saying the same thing in two places, but I do think it is appropriate to say on initial recognition, it is mostly at the transaction price plus transaction cost. That then becomes historical cost. And I think that's maybe the clarification that needs to be added when we talk about historical cost. Because, yeah, let me do it.
Okay, thanks, Lindy. I mean, that sounds like a helpful way forward if we make that link here. And I think that's, if we make that, because actually, I think that's helpful for stakeholders, but we can then work out exactly how that works through the drafting to make that link clear. So if we're okay on that, then picking up Patricia's point about the fact that the use of the term normally is actually, that doesn't work here, that we need that additional piece of drafting, because we have the situations essentially where you have an asset where you don't have reliable information, or you have the non-exchange situation where you get an asset donated, at below value or whatever. I think the proposal you're making there is that we phrase the sentence in 7.5 so that it links in with paragraph 7.7 better. Yep. Patricia?
Yes, my suggestion to change the sentence in paragraph 7.5 and 7.6 is because there are situations that the deemed cost is not necessary. It's not the case. It's not for the specific situation, but other bases better than deemed cost, like in financial instrument. Because of this, my suggestion to change the last sentence in the more general principle in more general description, and to retain the paragraph 7.7. Yeah. Thank you.
Everyone okay with that? Lindy?
Can I just ask though, because I agree with what you're saying, but then I just wondered if maybe just to understand the thinking around here, if we're saying, for example, in financial instruments, initial recognition is at fair value, that actually is the deemed cost, right? Because it's not faithfully represented, because it's not faithfully representing relevant information about the entity. That's why we're using deemed cost on initial recognition. Or is it another reason? Because I think that's what's confusing me when I looked at it initially.
Well, I would say in that instance, you've made a decision that transaction price, if there is a transaction price, and there may not be, does not provide faithfully representative and relevant information. So yes, I suppose you could say you're using a deemed cost. That's the thinking behind it, and I quite agree with the point that Patricia's made that normally is misleading, so we'll just get rid of that. Chris is quite right that there is inconsistency between 7.5 and 7.6, and that we need to add a clause on what transaction price is in the context of a liability. So thank you for that.
Well, can I just hang on a moment, because this is at framework level, it's not at standards level. So I think, we just need to be very careful about that, because we're not defining terms here. Transaction price is defined in measurement, as is transaction costs, and that's the appropriate place for the definition. So can you just hang on that point, John? Because I want to clear Lindy's point first before we move on to the liability paragraph. So I just want to move issue by issue here. And basically what I think, Lindy, you were picking up on is that actually there are two situations where deemed cost might be appropriate. One is where you don't have the relevant information, which could quite commonly be the place when you're on first-time adoption. And the second is where it's actually a transaction where it's at below value or for free or whatever. In both cases, you're using deemed cost, and that's.
Or the third one is the third one where we say in a standard on initial recognition fair value. Then actually we're saying what the deemed cost is. Because otherwise we need to, then Patricia has a point. If we're saying a deemed cost is where we're using something different on initial recognition, either because we as a preparer are deciding or the standard has decided for us, then what we're saying is correct.
I think we need to come back and reflect on what the appropriate drafting is. I think that's the point that you've made. So I want, the point is there is a drafting change that is needed here to reflect those situations, and that we are deleting the term normally for that reason, and then we'll leave the drafting group to sort through the detail on that. Okay, Renee.
Yes, thank you. So I want to build on this conversation related to financial instrument. My inclination is to go dig into the financial instrument standard. I think that we're going to find our answer. If I recall, there is guidance in there that explains how fair value is actually a representation, I think, of the transaction price. So I'm just putting that out there. I think we should do that as part of our research. But the other comment I wanted to make, I'm reacting to removing normally. I liked normally because it, for instance, in PP&E, cost is also, there's another item, another element of historical cost in PP&E, and it's the obligation to dismantle, for example. So we don't want to have this in a framework, but at the framework level, I think we want to open up that, yes, normally it is that, but there may be circumstances, maybe in FI, but in PP&E, where historical cost is defined more specifically because of the specific circumstance of that particular standard. So removing normally, I'm not sure.
Well, I think the point is that there are plenty of cases where you're going to need to use something else. So the term normally doesn't work. It doesn't invalidate what you've referred to. And indeed, we've got guidance on that in PP&E, because you're quite right that decommissioning costs can be significant, and those would be included in the actual cost of the asset clearly there. But it certainly causes problems if you just try and use normally, because you've got sufficient instances where that isn't the case. So Scott helps out on this because
yeah, I don't know if I'll help you out or not.
I mean, I don't want to get into drafting, right. And I think if we're literally on one word, which has caused one member a problem, but there are significant issues as a result of using the term normally.
Yeah, I don't think the word's necessary at all. And so I don't think it was necessary in the sentence to begin. What we're saying is in 7.5 and 7.6, this is the way you do it. Where 5 and 6 isn't applicable, you go to 7.7, which is the way we normally write standards. I think normally it's distractive. So I think there's another reason not to include it.
Okay. Thanks on that. Over Adrian, and then I'm going to move us on.
Well, I was about to say that I don't understand the discussion on that adverb, because there are the two alternatives. Either you have a transaction price or no, or it doesn't present fairly the valuation of the asset or the liability. So maybe not normally, normally is not the right adverb, but we could say, if we want to inform the reader that there are different instances, we could say is frequently or in many cases, so that the reader understands that there are these two options, these two different situations.
Yeah, well, I think Scott's given us the way forward on that literally there are two options you're either in transaction price plus transaction costs, or you're in paragraph 7.7. So that, it just hangs together better in that way. Now, I am going to move us on because we're fighting over one word here, and essentially we can deal with this in the drafting group, but we're deleting normally, and we will substitute something along the lines that Patricia proposed that covers those situations where we're using something else that isn't transaction price. Now, can I just clear off the point that Chris raised? Because I think the question is actually, do we need to deal with that in the framework? Because this is not a standard.
Well, just to note that in 7.5, we make a statement, transaction price is the consideration given to acquire, construct or develop an asset. And we don't have an equivalent sentence in paragraph 7.6. So I suggest that I deal with that as part of the drafting.
Okay, but I would suggest that we draw on relevant guidance either from something that's in the IFRS framework, or it's in the is actually text from standards level. So it's not free form, it's from one of those two sources. Because I don't want to be having another discussion about how that sentence is drafted when we get to Friday. Okay, Todd, final comment, and then we are moving on to the next point.
Thanks, Ian. I was just thinking for the drafting group, if members do have some words that they've come up with, it's better to start with those words from a drafting group perspective than start with a blank sheet of paper. So if they can be provided through to John, it will help the drafting group.
Yeah, I think John's already got a formulation for that to start, that we can start from. Okay, so can we then move on to subsequent measurement? Lynn.
Gosh, you're quicker than I could raise my flag. Yeah. In the marked up version, para 7.9, you've added some words that I just think we shouldn't add, which is on measurement models. I would like us to say measurement models are the broad approaches for measuring assets and liabilities for inclusion in the financial statements, full stop, which is what we had previously. The words and other bases on which the financial statements are compiled, I think, leads you to be potentially, when you look at the diagram above, it might lead the reader to think you've got to go linearly down, whereas that's not the case, because in historical cost model, for example, you might choose bases, or might be situations where bases from current value models are used within historical cost financial statements. So I think we should delete the words that you've added in para 7.9.
Okay. Anybody disagree with Lynn's proposal then? Okay, good. So we delete that inserted wording. Okay, so then if we can move on to the section on selection of measurement models and measurement bases, so 7.15 onwards. Okay, so any points then on entity specific and non-entity specific measures? Yep, then.
So I don't know if it's this section or the next section, but we go very quickly from entity specific, non-entity specific, and then we start talking about entry and exit values without linking the two. The entity specific is generally entry value. So I wondered if there was a linkage somewhere between that and the next section that makes that clearer. Otherwise, to the reader, you just go from this entity specific, and then we don't talk about entity specific again. We just then start talking about entry and exit values.
John, can you remind us the rationale for the drafting?
Yeah, I think what it probably needs is a linking a linking sentence after 7.19. Because we go straight from the identification of the measurement basis for assets and liabilities into the discussion of entity-specific and non-entity-specific measures. So that would be my suggestion. We need some sort of linking paragraph.
Well, I think one sentence at this stage, we're not into adding big extra sections,
no,
one sentence to do that.
Yeah.
And I think it can be done.
I think the original framework did actually have some wording that measurement bases could be classified as entity specific, non-entity specific entry exit. Yeah.
Okay, well, that would be ideal if we have some drafting, if we have a sentence in the original framework that we can just put in here, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, thanks for that then. So everyone content then that we just add that linking sentence? Good, okay. So then we're on the entity specific and non-entity specific measures. Any other points on that before we get to entry and exit values? Okay, and then we're on to measurement bases. And historical cost is first. Lucy, you're hovering.
Are we on entry and exit values?
We can pick your points up on that, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that in the September version, we have stricken out the phrase on the exit value in paragraph 7.20, that it reflects the amount. We have stricken out the phrase amount derived from the use of the asset. So and as we look at 7.22, that was not also mentioned in 7.22. So I suggest that we rephrase the second or the third paragraph of 7.20, deleting that phrase. So it would now then be exit value. Exit values reflect the economic benefits, and instead of sale, maybe it would be disposal, because there could be sale would only be one of the modes of disposal.
John, can you remind us why that was deleted? Because I don't want to walk back on a decision that we.
Yeah, it was initially deleted to make it more straightforward and simple, nothing more than that. However, I think there were certain comments that we shouldn't actually remove that clause, the amount derived from use of the asset. So post the check-in, it was reinserted.
Sorry, so it was deleted and then reinserted, and Lucy wants out again?
Yeah, that's right.
It was stricken out, so we agreed, I think, and now it is retained in this version. So I think it has to be deleted. Thank you.
Well, I think the issue is, should we keep this in or keep it out as proposed by Lucy?
Sorry, which I've lost this. So which sentence are we on? I mean, I should say what I'm after at this stage is specific proposals, not general debates.
Right. Well,
so the question is, do we retain something or not? And is it in this version that we're walking through it?
The issue is that we're looking at the second sentence of paragraph 7.20. Should that include the clause, the amount derived from use of the asset, or should it just read, exit values reflect the economic benefits from sale?
Lindy, are you on that?
Thank you. We also debated it. Perhaps we can also check the ISB's framework, but I think an exit value is a sale. Whereas maybe we were trying to align it to financial capacity, could be from the use or sale, but I think purely exit base, an exit value is just from the sale.
So you're proposing that you delete the amount derived from the use of the asset. Okay. Patricia, you're not okay on that?
No, because when an asset is used for financial capacity, and then I understand, for example, in the PP&E draft, the entity has to segregate the assets that that the entity held for financial capacity or operational capacity. Then if based on this conclusion, the PP&E is not PP&E because the PP&E is only the assets for sale. I think, in other words, can I explain? Assets held for financial capacity has the possibility to derive economic benefits. The economic benefits is from the use and the sale, not only the sale. I agree to only mention economic benefits, not to include use or sale, because economic benefits complies two ideas. I use the assets to have have money to handle its services or for financial capacity, or I can sell yes. But my suggestion in terms of the drafting, my suggestion is only to use the term economic benefits, because I can understand these two things in this term. Thank you.
Right, Linda, you want to come in, and then I'm going back to John at this stage.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's just theoretical, but I do think when you are looking, I agree with financial capacity, you're holding it to generate cash flows. But I think if you're using an exit value and you're using fair value on the measurement date, you actually are measuring to exit the transaction and from the sale of the transaction. The value in use is something different, but when you're applying fair value, it's about what am I going to get from the sale of the asset. So I think it's a little bit, it is different. I don't think an exit value is the same as from the use, because then you're valuing the use of the asset rather than actually the fair value, which is the whole premise of fair value is the sale of the assets.
John.
Well, I think it was reinserted because some members said that you've got the income approach for fair value and current operational value under certain circumstances, and that would actually take into account cash flows from use of the asset as well as disposal. So that was the simple reason why amount derived from use of the asset was reinserted.
Ross.
I think the drafting group should look at this and just do some research. I don't think it's that complicated, and I think we need to look IFRS.
Okay, and we have a recommendation back to the board, and I'm going to just take a show of hands at that stage on this. Okay, so it goes to drafting group this afternoon for some consideration with a recommendation back, and it's show of hands. We're not going to have further discussion on Friday. Okay, so we move on then to measurement. Lynn.
Sorry, I just had a comment on the penultimate sentence in para 7.23 about aggregation or disaggregation and it says in assessing whether aggregation or disaggregation is appropriate, costs are compared with the benefits. I felt we ought to also be talking about if you get a better faithful representation as well as the cost of the benefits. It just reads like this is just a pure cost benefit consideration. And I just questioned whether or not it was a pure cost benefit.
Can we look at that in the drafting group? Patricia, are you still in, or?
No, it's about the historical cost.
Okay. Lindy, are you on anything before measurement bases for us at 7.2.4? Okay, so historical costs, Patricia.
It's not, I think some countries use historical cost as the main measurement base. Considering that, I suggest to include the term cost not in the definition, but in the second, in the paragraph 7.26. When say historical cost is an entity-specific measurement basis reflecting the costs, including the acquiring, constructing, or developing the assets. It's only to include the I think I understand the rationale for in this text, and I think it's important to in some place, maybe in PCs, explain that the consideration given is related to the resource that the entity already has and that you consumed in this moment in the production or the developing the assets. It was very helpful for the countries like Latin American countries that use a historical cost. Current value is very costly for some countries. Some countries use only historical cost. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So your concern is actually where an asset is sort of self-constructed, as it were, that would help just elaborate the fact that you would include the labor value and also some of the costs like depreciation and so on. Am I right? So that's really the suggestion for extending the drafting in that way. And I think that's then, that's consistent with drafting elsewhere. John, would that be okay?
Yes, I think so.
So we're okay to include that extension on that sentence to help in that way. Okay, good. Lindy.
Thank you. My comment is on paragraph 2.27. Wait, is it still 7.27? Where we talk about depreciation and amortization. In the paragraph, we talk about that and refer to historical cost measurement basis and current value measurement basis. I think actually we're talking about the model, not the basis. So it's under historical cost model, we would depreciate or amortize or impair rather than basis. So it's just a change in the wording. Thank you.
Can we take that into the drafting group this afternoon just to check that through that proposed change? Okay, Liang.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. I have a comment about paragraph 7.26. The first sentence, consideration is the cash or cash equivalent or the value of other consideration given. I think it is not good to define consideration as or the value of other consideration given, because we use the same words to define consideration. So I would suggest to change to some other words.
Okay, thanks. We'll see the point. So we'll put that into the drafting group to address that point. Okay, so moving on then through anything else on historical cost, which takes me through pages 53 or 54? Chris, you on historical cost? Okay, so I think then with that, we're into current operational value starting on page 54.
Sorry, there is cost of services.
Sorry?
Cost of services. Oh, okay. Okay, it's part of historical costs. Okay.
Which paragraph are you on?
7.28.
Right, okay.
Okay, sorry, just this one is just for my education. Since I'm in the midst of people who speak English language as the original language, can we start a sentence with because? Because I've seen it through in all that. So it's just for my education.
Yeah. I think at this stage, I agree, Chris, that you're right. Grammatically, it's better not to. The question is actually, can we fix that easily, or that's just a draft, you know, so we'll have a look at that, but you're right. Todd.
I'm further through into the current measures. Is that all right?
Yeah, okay, so we're now on current operational value.
I think we need to start from paragraph 7.34 because my comment
Oh,
is
okay,
on
all right.
7.35.
Okay. Shoot then.
I just wanted to register the fact that when we start getting into our next agenda item and we look at what we've done in PP&E, we have got this sort of splitting of an asset and potentially valuing part of an asset under COV and part under fair value. And the drafting of 7.35 won't quite work if we retain the drafting that's in PP&E. So I just wanted to register that I think there's some work that needs to be at least thought about in terms of 7.35 and making sure that it does work as we start thinking about what we're doing at a standards level. So we may need to come back and make some adjustments to 7.35, and there'll be some consequentials for 7.61, which references 7.35.
Okay, well, I think if you've got proposals on that to bring into the drafting group this afternoon, that would be really helpful.
I don't have any proposals at this stage because it really does depend on where we land through the next agenda item. But we just need to think about it because we do want to
but we
together.
we need to land the drafting to make sure that it's consistent, I think is the point. And that will need to be done today. Okay. Now I'm not sure whether it's Lynn or Lindy next.
Yeah, I had the same point on 7.35 and wondered if we actually perhaps say you need to first of all decide if you've got 1 or 2 units of account, and then when you've decided, and then this consideration comes in once you've decided your unit of account. So I think you can draft it in that way, but we can take that in the drafting group.
I'm slightly lost on this.
So I think
because we're not dealing with units of account in this chapter, are we?
No, but I think you need to cross-refer to deciding your unit of account, and then once you've decided your unit of account, you might still have this situation of needing to look at primary purpose at unit once you've decided your unit of account. So I think you need to cross-refer.
Right. Okay. Lindy.
Thanks. Linked to it then for the drafting group. If you look at 7.23, we talk about unit of account. So I actually don't think we need the other paragraph. So I would actually delete 7.35 and.
Well, I think I'm fine with whatever actually works to make this consistent. So I think what I'm looking for is members to bring specific proposals then that address these points. Because it's a consistency thing, and we just need to tighten it up, make sure it's been tightened up. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. So can I move on with a comment on point on 7.37?
Yeah.
Okay, so the new version of para 37 does not mention current market conditions anymore. Nevertheless, we have the explanation and basis for conclusion on BC 7.38, where market conditions there are unchanged mentioned market conditions. So I'm wondering whether that whether we left it out, whether we left it out due to a certain reason, or we should incorporate current market conditions also in the final draft. Maybe some explanations on that, and maybe inserting current market conditions.
John, can you comment on that?
The wording is aims to be consistent with IPSAS measurement. So that wording on using market conditions, but also being aware of an entity's position in the marketplace was moved to the basis for conclusions. So you will take account of market evidence, but that you will take account of it from the perspective of the entity rather than an external participant.
Todd?
I think in measurement, we have referred more to observable inputs more than market from memory. So we may need to think about whether we need to update BC 7.38.
Dave, did you want to? Okay, but I stress this needs to be landed today, because I'm not going to go have another round on this. You know, we need to be consistent, because anything we move here is then going to have an impact on measurement, the standard. So this is why we just need to land it. Is this a drafting issue, or is this a conceptual issue? I think it's drafting, isn't it? So we will land it, and whatever we come back with, that is the final. Okay, right. So yeah. I think we're at coffee break time. The question in my mind is how many other comments have we got, bearing in mind we've got current operational value and cost of fulfillment and fair value to go. And I would stress, if it's drafting, just put it in to the drafting group. I really want conceptual issues discussed here, okay? Because we need to make progress with PP&E. So we'll break for coffee at this point in time. We'll come back into current operational value. Okay, so back at 11, please, Toronto time. Okay, so we move back into the session. So just to be clear on how this is going to run, we are going through a fatal flaw review. What I'm hearing a lot at the moment is drafting. And we put a lot into the drafting group. So the more that comes out of this session that goes into the drafting group will need to resolve all of this and will need to meet today for as long as it takes to actually settle this drafting once and for all. So, you know, can we please really think about what is it that is a real conceptual problem here, not what is drafting preference? And when we get back to this on Friday, we will just be voting. We are not going to go through another session saying, I don't like this word, I don't like that word. So just to be absolutely clear, we need to focus on what are the conceptual flaws here, going through the remainder of this discussion and going into the next discussion, because we have already been through these documents several times. So with that, I'll move into current operational value. So do we have any points on 736 through to 743? Yeah, Murray.
Thank you. My comment is 7.42. I cannot easily understand the reason why this section is positioned here, because the paragraph 7.41 clearly states that the current operational value does not, so that received it therefore may not facilitate the assessment of financial capacity. And so if the emphasis is on the 7.42, the second sentence, it is required to add the explanation. Thank you.
John, on that. Because I think what you're proposing, Murray, is that second sentence is removed. Is that right?
Yes, it is not easy to understand.
Which sentence is that?
So it's the second sentence.
Second sentence, and the first sentence is the.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we remove that second sentence in 742. Okay. Anything else in current operational value? Then we move into fair value. So that's 744 through to 755. Okay, so then value in use 756 through to 761. Chris.
I'm just referring this to the drafting group 7.46. The sentence seems somehow.
Sorry, Chris, I missed that.
7.46, I mean. Now the sentence looks confusing, so the drafting group should look at that.
John?
Yeah, we'll look at it.
Okay. Okay, so value in use. And then we're on to measurement basis for liabilities, 762. Historical, Chris.
Sorry to bother you again. 7.58, the sentence is not complete.
You're on the last sentence of 758. There must be something that's you've accidentally deleted from the last version there, John. Can you just check on that? Because Chris is right. Okay, so measurement bases for liabilities. Historical cost. Cost of fulfillment, 767 through 772. And then fair value 773 to 774. Claudia.
Thank you. I have a remark to 7.74. The first sentence says the appropriateness of fair value depends on the characteristic of the liability. And then we have an example, but there's no further information which characteristics of a liability requires the fair value measurement basis. In the prior version, we said the advantage and the disadvantage of fair value for liabilities are the same as those for assets. So we have at least an idea which characteristics we should use in deciding if we use fair value or cost of fulfillment. Now we have only information about that the characteristic drives the choice of the measurement base, but we leave open which characteristics are.
So I think the question is, did we have something originally in there that's been deleted, or is there something that just needs inclusion which closes that off?
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I mean, we do want to be high level here. So I think there is a risk if we start talking about, very detailed examples.
I think your point was more one of consistency, wasn't it, Claudia? That
yeah, at least otherwise we can can delete this sentence. It says nothing. It says we can choose the fair value depends on the characteristic of a liability, but it didn't give any additional information.
Yeah.
Given that's been amended before, I think just take the first sentence out and then just have the examples of when you might use one or the other that's already there. I don't think characteristic matters.
okay. Okay, so with that, we're now into basis for conclusions. So background, BC 7.1 to BC 7.3, objective BC 7.4 to BC 7.11. Camira.
Thanks, Chair. Just a minor suggestion for BC 7.2 to remove the last sentence. The revised chapter 7 would be applicable when approved. I think it is unnecessary. Thanks.
John, on that.
Well, this kind of looks forward to effective date. And what we're saying is the framework doesn't have an effective date. It didn't in 2014, and we're not proposing one. But we felt that we needed something in the basis for conclusions just to explain when the IPSASB is going to be using this. So that's all it's intended to convey.
So it's actually the first time we've met this, isn't it? That we're replacing a chapter of the conceptual framework. So it's not quite the same as a standard, but that does, I think, give us the link. But it's and I'm glad you brought that up, Camira. I think it's important for the board to focus on that. Claudia, are you still in, or okay? Okay, so then we're on objectives of measurement through 7.11. Essentially, that hasn't really changed. Initial measurement B7.12 and B7.13.
Just to say that they will be updated to align with the discussion in the core text.
Okay. So subsequent measurement framework BC 714 through to B 7.18. And then BC 719 through to BC 722. So then we go on to the approach to identifying measurement bases, which is 723, 724. Then historical costs, BC 725 through BC 730. Okay, BC 731 through BC 738. Value is BC 739, BC 740. And we've got the section on bases not included, which is BC 741 through BC 746, which is the end of the market value section. BC 747 through BC 751. Net selling price 752 through 756. Value in use 757 through 765. Symbolic values 766 and 767. Then equitable value and synergistic value, that hasn't changed. BC 72, deemed deprival value model through to BC 74. And then we move into measurement bases for liabilities, BC 775 through to BC 782. Then we've got the remaining section on measurement bases not included, 783 through, well, let's go 792. Then we go on to cost of release 793. Camira.
I'm in paragraph BC 7.85.
Yep.
So it's referring to current operational value. I think here we could delete that because we are talking of liabilities. So thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. I'll delete that reference. Assumption price BC 787 through BC 792 then. BC 793 through BC 797. Current cost BC 798. Own credit risk comes forward from the previous version. Okay, so with that, we're through. So we have a number of items that will go on the drafting group agenda for this afternoon. And then we will see an updated version. And I think the easiest way to deal with this is if the staff can give it to us in markup so that we're clear on where the changes have come through and members can see that. And then unless there is anything that is truly a fatal flaw, we will just vote when it comes back on Friday. Todd.
Just wanted to make the point, I think it will be really helpful if it comes back in marked up form, and where it's other than purely editorial, it could be helpful to have a comment as to why the change was made and why the drafting group landed where it was, because that I think will help members as they go through and think about those changes, about the reason that the drafting group landed where they did.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. I think that's a very helpful suggestion. That's good. Okay, Good, right. So with that, we move on to item 4, property, plant and equipment. Just let Agustina come to the table. And so what we're going to do here is just focus on changes since the September meeting, because we did a detailed review in September. So we're not going to walk through, but we will focus on the changes since then.
So good morning or good afternoon, soon to be, to the members, the technical advisors of service and staff. Firstly, as before, I want to thank all the board members to send me comments ahead of the meeting. Any comments that were editorial, I have reflected on the existing draft that I have with track changes. And I take that any substantive comments will be made today during the meeting. On the agenda papers, we have the last one that is for approval that will be discussed in Friday. So moving on to one more time, there it is. To the first recommendation, I would like to note that the proposal on this paper was to revert back to IPSAS 17, where deemed cost was specifically noted as fair value. I am aware that members by their comments have noted that their view is that it should be expanded to current operational value as a measurement basis. And with that, I'll defer to the chair to open the floor.
Okay, thanks for that, Agustina. So that's certainly a comment that has been expressed by a number of members, and indeed thinking back to just the situation that we had in the ED, the reference was to deemed cost, and that referred back into ED 77, where we talked about current value techniques. And so then the question is, do we actually, in being more specific here, do we revert to a reference back to current value, or do we leave it as fair value? And I think that's really what we need a discussion about at this stage in this particular context. Camilla, then Todd.
Thanks, Chair. I do think that we should be more open and leave it as current value, because otherwise we are just blocking the new COV, the application of the COV only for a subsequent measurement. And I know that the challenges are in the initial measurement for those assets that are already held by the entity, but they are unable to measure because there's no cost or no market value. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, Claudia, I think I missed you first time round, but do you want to go and then we'll go to Todd?
Thank you. I have two observations. One is the drafting of the new paragraph, of the updated paragraph 12. It says where property, plant and equipment is acquired through a non-exchange transaction, its deemed cost shall be measured. I think we mixed something. At first, we should make a statement at what cost property, plant and equipment should be measured if they acquire through a non-exchange transactions, probably at deemed cost. And then in the second sentence, we can make clear deemed cost, it's fair value. In how it's drafted now, it's a little bit odd because it's said it's deemed cost. It's a reflection, but it could be also measured to a different value. That's one observation. And then the second observation is regarding IPSAS 33, paragraph 71. It states a first-time adopter may elect to measure an asset acquired through a non-exchange transaction at its fair value when reliable cost information about the asset is not available. And then said, and use that fair value as its deemed cost. That means for me that in IPSAS 33, they could have for the first time the non-exchange transaction. If they have reliable cost information, they can use also reliable cost information. So even to be consistent with the new terminology to use deemed cost, I would leave it just with the old definition and just refer to it's at fair value and that's it. Not mentioned about deemed cost and everything because it makes it more complex than it should be in this case.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. Todd, to you.
In terms of the issue and the recommendation, I don't agree that deemed cost should just be fair value. I think it's important that deemed cost can be a current value measure, so COV or fair value. And coming from a jurisdiction that does a lot of fair valuing, and I put that in speech marks, fair valuing under the current IPSAS standards, I think that has been interpreted in a way that's similar to these two measurement bases that we now have. So I don't think fair value in IPSAS in our jurisdiction has ever been interpreted as defined by the IASB in the past. And I think we've gone through this process to come up with another measurement basis that we believe is more appropriate, where assets are held for their operational capacity. And it would make no sense in my mind for deemed cost to only be fair value. It has to be a current value measure.
Thank you, Todd. I'm just going to take a round of comments, I think, and then we'll see where we get to, because I've heard comments in favour of fair value, but also members favouring allowing COV. Abdullah, to you next, and then to Renee.
Thanks, Chair. I would be with the idea of using current value. Otherwise, the other alternative would be to use the fair value. Then we have another bullet saying whenever fair value is not available, then we can use, especially for specialized assets or something like that, saying that you can use the appropriate measurement model. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Renee.
Yes, thank you. I just want to come in to support that. I think on initial measurement, we should be looking at different current values, either cost of current operational value or fair value. I think that the use of the asset, how the asset is used, should play a role in determining the current value. The introduction of current operational value was to address that broader issue, and it's something that I've been uncomfortable with, that we're only focusing on subsequent measurement as opposed to initial measurement. So I'm very much in favor to find us hopefully an easy solution to deal with this. I think here in PP&E, if we refer to deemed cost, then it's in the measurement standard where we can clean up what deemed cost might be depending on how the asset is used. And we could do that in other standards. We could even do that in IPSAS 33, right? Removing this automatic reference to fair value in IPSAS 33 as well. So maybe that's an easy way to deal with it here, and then figure out the implications in the measurement standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, essentially what you've articulated is what we had in ED 78 and ED 77. So in ED 78, we actually just said deemed cost, and then we refer, and then obviously that is, as you say, explained and in ED 77. So it's actually by trying to address a specific comment that we've actually, dug a hole for ourselves here. So it's certainly open to us to actually go back to what was originally exposed and just keep the reference to deemed cost, and then deemed cost is dealt with in the measurement standard. And that was always the philosophy that we had, was that actually measurement was where you went to look at the how something was operationalized. So I mean, with that, would members be content then that we actually went back to the approach that we exposed in 78 with the guidance on deemed cost in the measurement standard? Lynn.
Yeah, sorry, I was just frantically then trying to find what do we say on deemed cost in the measurement standard, because I think it depends on what we're going to say there, whether or not we're comfortable or not, based on the comments that people have made.
So I think in the measurement, I mean, you're right. And this is why we're trying to sort of pin down things. And really, if you like, the process that we're going through actually means that it takes it back to where the detailed guidance is in ED 77 measurements, which was always the intention in the project. And therefore then having sorted out or having fixed the conceptual framework and got to a landing on property, plant and equipment, then we can make sure that 77 does actually provide the guidance that's required by the new property, plant and equipment standard. And so if you like, that was where we started off originally. Lindy, on that.
Yeah, so that's what we did. Then when at some point we referenced the read it of this new standard to the measurement standard on initial recognition, we took it out. I think we just have to then bring it in again to say you have to go to the measurement standard to look at how you apply it. I think we have.
David Agostini, before I go to Scott.
So I think just to comment to that, Lindy, when we removed it, the thought was that there was a specific guidance on ED 78 on initial measurement. And when you look at ED 77, it was creating a loop between the two. So I see your point of possibly bringing that cross-reference, but maybe it could be a specific to deemed cost as to ensure that there's not a loop from the constituents' perspective.
Lindy, back on that.
Yeah, so I think something, just looking at it again, I think something that is missing is where you have deferred settlement terms and you might have to discount it back, which is in the measurement ED. I can double check again, but I do think that's missing from here potentially. So we just need to check.
I mean, I think if we can return to the original concept that the guidance on how you do something in measurement terms is in the measurement standard, that makes a lot more sense. So actually what we need to do is fix the circularity in the measurement standard rather than going around it and trying to fix it in 78. And, you know, certainly in 77, we talked about current value. I think so, Scott.
Yeah, I agree with that process, and remind ourselves we're actually making decision not only for this standard, but going forward. This is the first time we've had the measuring standard out there. So have we decided on this will impact future decisions down the road to just refer to that standard for the guidance. So I think it's an important decision beyond, but I agree.
Thanks, Scott. Lynn.
So can I make sure I've clearly understood what we're deciding? Because I think I'm getting a little confused. So I think, are we saying therefore that the measurement standard will now cover both initial and subsequent? Because I think at one stage we thought measurement was only going to cover subsequent measurements. That's my first question. Are we reversing that? And wherever we are dealing with deemed cost, are we saying that we don't support the recommendation that it should be at fair value?
So can we just take those separately? Because, you know, I think the first question is always throughout the project, the idea was that you went to the measurement standard for measurement guidance, initial and subsequent. So that's not changed. What we've done, what was proposed here actually moved away from that original concept, which was that you go to the measurement standard for your measurement guidance. So Ross, you want to just... Yeah.
So I think, Lynn, what you're referring to is a previous decision where we were saying that IPSAS 17 or ED 78 coming up had a specific initial measurement information that was not containing ED 77. And therefore, from that perspective, the entity would need to look at the PP&E standard to look for that initial measurement. But I think the point that I understood from Lindy that she brought up was that there's some information in the measurement standard that is relevant from an initial measurement perspective that we may need to reference, such as the deemed cost, not undoing the decision that PP&E has a specific information, rather focus on where it's relevant to make that cross-reference. We should address it, and I can look into that.
Ross, I think we're just spinning the wheels here. The fundamental is that the guidance is in the measurement standard, however we cross-reference it. So it just seems to me that what's got messed up here, frankly, is the cross-referencing back into the measurement standard. So can we just have this as an instruction that it is, we go back to what was exposed in 78, which was deemed cost. And with the guidance in 77, that was clear. What we've done is to muddy that. There is a second consideration here, which is the point of principle, which is around deemed cost. That's, and there we referenced current value measurement techniques in 77. And that, you know, that's what's there in 77, which we exposed. Now, there is a question, which is actually then that moves away from the traditional use of fair value, which I think was the second question really that you were putting, Lynn, and that's actually, the question is, for some members that was probably deliberate, for some it was, you know, we missed it. So I think that's really where the debate is coming, that, you know, this understanding about deemed cost comes through, that it actually covers a number of different circumstances, not just where you don't have the original information, but where it's in the non-exchange environment, if we use that terminology, you know, and there's potentially a financial, so actually that makes it, that's really why the principle is important here. And then also what we're doing with the measurement standard is, whereas before kind of people use, I think, interpreting, and this is, you know, people use kind of fair value, current value as kind of interchangeable, whereas now what we've done is we've locked down on fair value, as in IFRS 13. We've also added explicitly COV, which therefore means that you actually need to be more deliberate in the choice, you know, and we need to be more deliberate in the guidance, and that was the point here, I think, which, you know, and I think I would include myself, I hadn't particularly focused on that, but I think that is what's happening here. Todd, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I just want to be clear in terms of what we're doing here. So we are talking about using the term deemed cost in property, plant and equipment, and defining what we mean by deemed cost in the measurement standard. And we're going to define deemed costs in a way that you will use a current value measure, depending on whether it's for operational purposes or for financial purposes. So if that's the way we define it in measurement, whenever we then use deemed cost in our literature, that's what we will mean. So we will need to make sure that we're happy that it is deemed cost. So for example, in financial instruments, I don't think we will want a deemed cost, we will want fair value. So we'll have to be quite specific where we mean fair value over deemed cost if we define it in that way. I just thought it was helpful to make sure that we're all on the same page with how this is shaping up.
So I think you summarised it well there, Todd. And it is part of the process that we're going through here, that we're firming up now on the measurement standard, and there will be further work that is likely to be required to make sure, you know, on a sort of phase basis, that we've, you know, made sure that there isn't anything inadvertently that we've done on that. But I think it's helpful to firm up, as you say, on what we really mean by deemed cost, and that was always a vague concept in our literature. So are we content that that is what we mean now by deemed cost? Patricia.
I agree with the approach suggested by Todd, but I think it's necessary to we have the same page what deemed costs are. Is because I think the view of Lindy is different of my view. And I think it's only to have the same view, the same meaning. When I understand that deemed cost is the same the Lindy understand. And then to rephrase where is necessary. Yeah, thank you.
Ross.
I think the proposal was the deemed cost would be current value defined as current value. So I don't think there's a lot of gray area. In the past, when we've used deemed cost, it's been almost always fair value. And in the current literature, we don't call it deemed cost, we just say fair value. So non-exchange and transaction at fair value. We've been developing COV very explicitly looking at subsequent measurement of real assets throughout the whole project. I've never heard us once have a discussion about COV used in another context. So the appropriate thing I think to do here is to go back to what was in the ED, have deemed cost in the PP&E standard, define it as we're comfortable in measurement, and then we'll need to go through the literature after measurements out there and think about further uses of COV and analyze if it's appropriate to use in those contexts or not. It shouldn't be a copy replace for all uses of fair value, because in some instances, as we've defined deemed cost, it wouldn't be appropriate, and the board hasn't considered the application beyond PP&E. So I think that's kind of where I'm thinking we're landing, and I think it's the right place to be based on what we developed and exposed.
So in that, we need to see the drafting on deemed cost, or we need to review the drafting on deemed cost. But it comes back to actually it's much better to have it in one place so that we are absolutely clear what we mean. And then we need to look at, if we mean deemed cost, that's fine. If we don't mean deemed costs, we mean something else, then we need to change to that something else. But it's about the process we're going through about tightening up and making more explicit some things that were sort of rather grey, shall we say, in our literature beforehand. And, you know, that's where Lindy has picked up that there may be some specific pieces of, you know, there may be a specific review that's required in the context of financial instruments. Okay, so again, we need to, the proposition is this is in one place and it's in the measurement standard. Lynn on that, and then Renee.
Just want to be really clear that I've understood what you're suggesting, Ross, so that again, we all understand the instruction that leaves this meeting, because when I was listening to you, I think at one stage you were proposing deemed cost continues to equal fair value and we'll look at it later. Is that what you were saying? Or are you saying by the time we approve the measurement standard, the work will be done on deemed cost, where it's used and where we want it to be one thing, where we want it to be another? I just want to really understand what staff are going to be doing coming out of here.
So I think based on the discussion today, and I think the direction that seemed most board members were comfortable with, deemed cost would be a current value measure, not fair value. And that would go in measurement, and we'd apply it for PP&E because that's the context we've considered it thus far. But there'll need to be some work in the future to assess throughout the literature where we have similar non-exchange transactions, whether the current reference to fair value should be replaced with deemed cost, as we're putting in measurement now, that's a current value that would allow both. And to do that, you'd need to consider whether COV would be appropriate.
I mean, this is back to a question around sequencing, isn't it? Because what's happening now is we're becoming, as we lock down, as we move towards approval of the new measurement standard, then there are areas where we've, and deemed cost has come through as, okay, there may be some other references which need review. And then there's actually a logistical issue, which is can we move forward then and do the further work separately? Because we've basically looked at this in the context of property, plant and equipment. So we've got an instance here where Lindy is saying, well, there's an issue with regard to financial instruments. So that needs a specific piece of work, but there may be other areas where we've used it. So what we need to do is actually say, right, okay, deliberately, how do we move forward with that? And over what time frame, bearing in mind what effective date we might attach to the measurement standard, so that we can then do some specific pieces of work in specific areas. Renee, and then back to Lynn.
Yes, okay, so I am on the operationalizing of this decision, so I agree with the principle. I think when we get to the measurement standard, this is where we're going to do the cleanup on what deemed cost is meant to be. But ideally, I would like to look at where deemed cost is mentioned in other standards as part of finalizing measurement this week or in the next little while. Where deemed cost is just automatically going to fair value. Like, for example, in IPSAS 33. So it's just saying deemed cost, fair value. And to me, that would be a quick fix. It's not the same type of amendment as Lindy's suggesting in the financial instrument, where there needs maybe to be more digging into the actual issue. Here, it's kind of like a cleanup of making sure we don't have in our literature deemed cost equaling fair value as statements. And it seems like this would be an easy thing to do as part of operationalizing this.
So I think this is something that we need staff to go away and have a look at, in terms of advising us on what the options are and how best to proceed. Because as you described it, yes, that might be a fairly limited, kind of almost search and replace type of operation. There are due process considerations around that. And then the question becomes actually, in due process terms, can that be done through, a limited piece of work through annual improvements or whatever? So I think we need to have a look at that, and we need advice on that in terms of scope and timing before we land. But that's a constant, that follows on from the fact that we have, we've now got to a clearer place on deemed cost. Lynn.
So I can understand you can get the drafting on the PPE standard to be current value, but I guess I don't know what I'm approving still if we then are saying elsewhere in our literature that deemed cost equals fair value, because whilst I might use current value in this drafting, if somewhere else is telling me to use fair value, I think you've got a number of comments from board members that are not comfortable with that. Well, so whilst I can get through I can understand the drafting, the here and now, I guess whether or not I agree with that is a depends still.
We're in a situation where we've got proverbial chickens and eggs here. We need to be crisp and clear about what we mean. And then there's a secondary question, which is that term, which has been used perhaps undefined or as a term of art elsewhere in our literature, are there some changes that need to be made to that? So this is a process question, which I think we need to leave staff to. What we're actually saying here is that we will use the term deemed cost in PP&E, and that deemed cost will be current value. There's a separate question, which is, are there other instances elsewhere that you would need to review and possibly change or not? But what members are being asked to approve is essentially what we exposed, which is deemed cost reference in 78, and then we will clarify as necessary in the measurement standard if there's anything else that's come out that we're not satisfied with in terms of how deemed cost is explained, but with the clear principle that it is current value. Ross.
So to Renee's point, and I think Lynn's point, deemed cost is currently defined in IPSAS 33. So if we change it here, we will have a consequential amendment to 33 to update it. And we'll have to check on this, but my understanding at the moment, it's only used in 33. So it's a cleanup issue in 33 alone. When we're dealing with 33, we're talking first time adoption. So I don't think there's any problem using either current operational value or fair value for assets on initial adoption of IPSAS. Those are assets you already have. So it should be based on how you use it. It's a slightly different issue in our literature now where we refer to fair value, but all the references to fair value for non-exchange transactions does not use the term deemed cost in any way, shape, or form. It just says measure your non-exchange assets at fair value. So the future piece of work will be to consider whether this updated definition of deemed cost is appropriate in other places or not, so that we can bring in the current value measure of COV as well as fair value as options for people to recognize in the literature. So that's kind of where we are right now. There, as Ian said, there's work we need to do if the board takes this decision before we finalize measurement. But it's actually a pretty restricted piece of work based on where we've used deemed cost at the moment. And if we go back to what was exposed in ED 78, it was deemed cost. So we're not
which we got support for. I'm not sure if it's Todd or Lindy next. Dave.
Well, I was just going to say, I think Ross is right. I think deemed cost is only used in IPSAS 33. So another alternative is we could stop using deemed cost elsewhere and just say exactly what we mean. So if we're in measurement or in PP&E, we could just say the exact measurement basis we think you can use on initial measurement, and we could be just as clear in IPSAS measurement as well. And then we don't have to do the subsequent review of deemed cost and fair value.
Can we just stop talking process here? As I said at the beginning, we have a specific issue, which is what do we do in 78? And we have a proposition that we go back to what was exposed, which was supported by constituents, that we use deemed cost in 70 in the property, plant and equipment. We make sure we provided the guidance in 77. There is an issue at the moment with regards to IPSAS 33. We ask staff to advise on that and any other and let us know any other instances that they find on a word search through our literature, how they would propose to address that. So can we just have that clearly as that is the proposal, that it's deemed cost in PP&E, it's current value. We need to make sure the explanation is correct in measurement, and then we'll have a look at the other things and how we deal with those to make sure we have no circularity between that and 33 and any other instances we find on a word search. Lindy.
Thanks. And I was just going to support Ross. I think you know, when we issued this, we issued how we would operationalize COV within the PPE environment. I would rather caution to say, well, now we go and replace fair value with COV. I think it's quite easy, but I do think, I mean, there has been work done by staff on this, but I do think probably needs a little bit more thought to see if we want that or not. And so I would support that we say that, as you've suggested, that you have deemed costs in the measurement. We allow within PPE for the preparers to decide, but we need to think carefully around whether we introduce that in other standards and understand the impact of that as well. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's what I'm proposing, that we do a word search on that, because I think, you know, we can have basically this is about process, and we are moving the debate forward, and inevitably there will be things that need further work. But you know, we did look at the instances of fair value 2 years ago, and we reviewed them against the IFRS 13 decision that, you know, definition that we're bringing in. So what we're looking at here is, do we want to use COV in certain other cases, and have we got our deemed cost references sorted out? So there is a process issue here, but can we please just stick to the decision that we need to take now, which is what are we going to do in property, plant and equipment? And the proposal is that we go with what we exposed, and then we sort out the references in measurement. Okay, Renee, I'll take you, and then I think we move on.
So I am beyond now that decision in principle. I am an impact of that decision in principle. To me, maybe in relation to paragraph 21 of the PP&E. So I would just want us staff to review 21 in light of what we just decided. It's the paragraph that talks about a non-monetary transaction. It does refer to the cost of such a property, plant, and equipment is measured at fair value unless it lacks commercial substance. So it goes into, so it automatically concludes it's fair value. And if not fair value, then it's carrying amount. So I'm thinking there probably is a cleanup to do here, because it could be fair value or it could be current operational value. So I don't know how we fix 21, but I think our decision impacts 21. And because we're in a context of approving PP&E, I just wanted to bring this one up now. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. I think that I think if staff can have a look at where 21 actually comes from in the first place, that would be helpful, because it looks to me as though that's a fairly old piece of drafting, and it may even come from IS 16 in the first place, in which case, yes, we would need to fix it to be consistent. Good. Okay. So I think we have clarity on what is required, but also on the advice that we require from staff in terms of the broader use of deemed cost, and whether this is just restricted to 33 or whether there is some read across elsewhere. Okay. So if we can move on then to the next paper, please.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. I went too far. There we are. So the next.
Speak into the microphone.
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
No problem. So the next paper is more of a sweeping paper. It addresses instructions for September and one from June that we discussed with the board, a particular drafting group, and I circulated some changes. And my thought was that we could break it down by the sections of the standard core text, application guidance, and so forth as we go through the recommendations. So the first one is on the changes made to the core text. Specifically, the main changes were that the entity should apply the measurement model consistently to an entire class, while the measurement base is going to be applied to the item or part of an item of property, plant, and equipment. And then subsequent to the decision was that the determination of the measurement basis to be used when an entity chooses current value model will be driven and determined by the objective of why the entity holds the asset, being if it's held for operational capacity, the entity will use current operational value, while if the entity holds the asset for financial capacity, the measurement basis will be fair value. So that are the changes, besides some small streamlining of content and relocation for better flow of the literature and ensuring a proper consistent on terminology from operational versus operating that was used. With that, I'll give the floor to the chair.
Okay, thank you. I think that's clear. Are we content with how that's been actioned? Okay, so move us on.
The next section that was revised with the disclosure, two changes here. One, there was a cross-reference to the IPSAS, I call it Y, measurement on current value additional disclosures. But in the past, the board decided to keep those in PP&E and not on the measurement standard. And the other one is removing the terminology of using the measurement basis on a recurrent and non-recurrent basis, because from a PP&E perspective, it will be used on a recurring basis, and therefore those changes were made. And I'll give it to the floor to the chair.
Okay. Be okay with that? Todd.
Sorry, I thought we were working through number one. but we seem to have jumped to number 2, have we?
No, I was picking up the whole thing.
What's that?
So which part do you want to go back to on one?
The core text 1B is what I'm on. So 1B, I think we've got to clarify the unit of account. And I think we're a little unclear here, that sometimes, and it goes back to Lynn's point that we were discussing when we were dealing with the conceptual framework. In some cases, you will have an asset and you will need to decide whether it's mainly held for operational capacity or financial capacity in terms of its measurement. In other cases, you might break that into 2 units of account and deal with one at COV and one at fair value. And I think we need to be a bit clearer in the way that we are drafting things here around that, because we use examples where we don't do that and where we do. And I think we just need to have worked it through, and it will need to work with the...
Is this, I thought we'd sorted this in Lisbon. Am I wrong in that?
I think there's work that needs to be done to clarify.
Well, hang on a moment. I mean, you know, is this really, you know, does this really require doing at the moment? And what specifically are the drafting changes? Because, you know, I don't want to walk back on something that I thought had successfully been agreed between the members who had problems with this in Lisbon. So, you know, the risk is that by elaborating at the moment in the core text, we reopen that. I mean, the compromise may be to include something in the basis for conclusions. You know, I think that unless other members want to reopen the drafting again, then I think, you know, I'm content we can include something in basis for conclusions, but I would suggest that we leave it as is. We okay with that then? Okay, so let's move on to 2. Any comments on 2? Okay, so we move on to 3.
3 is regarding the transitional provision. During the September meeting, some board members call out that there was a need for a transitional provision for initial application of current value measurements. So we added a paragraph to provide that, meaning that rather than following the retrospective approach, it will be a modified retrospective approach. And there was a cleanup on the transitional provision from a heritage perspective, just for consistency purposes. The IPSASB agrees with the recommendation, and I'll give the floor to the chair.
Okay, any comments on that? Do we agree with that? Okay, so move us on to 4.
Number 4 is regarding the application guidance. So I received comments to streamline the content specifically to current value model measurement basis. So that was cleanups just from a consistency perspective. There was no change on the principle, and to remove duplication.
Comments on 4? Okay, so we move on to 5, the transitional provisions.
So the next one was the implementation guidance. During the September meeting, there was a discussion to add additional implementation guidance. One was that a class of property plant equipment can contain both items measured at COV or fair value. And the second one was to call out that if the entity decided to use the asset or the item of property plant and equipment for financial capacity as opposed to operational capacity, such change in measurement basis will not be a change in accounting policy in accordance with IPSASB 3. And the other one was the addition of a decision tree for heritage assets just to help constituents with the considerations to be taken from a recognition and measurement perspective.
We okay with that? Okay. So we move on to the application guidance. Okay, fine. Okay, good. Thank you for that. So again, we'll see that clean up with the drafting on deemed costs coming back. And anything in terms of that additional BC on the unit of count, then we should be there. Okay, so with that, we move on to item 5.
So just a quick question, if I may. Sorry, we're not going to do a page turn then on this
No,
one?
because we've done a page turn already. We did a detailed page turn in Lisbon. So we're literally just dealing with the, you know, the incremental changes. And that was why we had the session in Lisbon to do that. And what Agostina has just done is go through the changes that have been made as a result. You know, I mean, this is the point that we cannot keep going back and keep going back and keep going back on stuff that we've walked through. You know, and we had the drafting group in Lisbon, for example, to sort the issue, not to sort the issue and then have another think about it and then come back again. You know, we cannot as a board operate on the basis of, you know, this has to be, we have a group, we fix it, we move on. Certainly if we move into sustainability reporting, we're not going to be able to work in this way. So, you know, now we're at fatal flaw stage. Is there something which means that the standard will not work rather than actually there is a drafting preference here? So, you know, no, we are not going to walk back through the entire standard to pick up drafting preference. It's fatal flaw. And we were clear about that in the process. You know, and we have been through this. We've been through it in June. We've been through it in September. The board said it was ready to approve in June. We had another session in September. Staff have now actioned, you know, so we're now 6 months later than when the board said it was originally content to approve. So what are the remaining points that people are concerned about which do not walk back on previous board decisions? So I've got Camira and I've got Renee.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with Lynn. I thought that because there are major changes in the text, so in the way that we just reviewed, it was not possible to raise comments on the changes that were made to the text compared to the version
If
that
there are
we
drafting
revised.
changes, then it's perfectly possible, but I am not walking back on decisions that the board has made. So if you have any specific drafting changes, and I say specific, not I think something needs doing about this, anything specific which does not change a board decision but implements a board decision, that's fine. But we are not walking back to have another review at this stage. So if there are specific drafting changes, then please can you pass those to staff and we will have a look at them. And then the drafting group will review on behalf of the board and then we'll conclude, but we have to conclude. So I'm sorry to be didactic about this, but we as a board have to exercise discipline. We cannot keep walking around things and changing things. Renee.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with you. The point I want to raise, I want to make sure that the decision in principle we just took on initial recognition and deemed cost is properly worked through application guidance, BCs, so that we wouldn't have picked up before because we just made the decision in the last half hour. So I just want to clarify board members should go through this and provide comments to staff, or will staff also do like a review to make sure that consequential amendment through the rest of the literature are addressed?
Dave, on that.
I was just going to say, Renee, leave that to the drafting group. The drafting group has been given a board instruction, and the drafting group will work through the entire text and make sure that's reflected appropriately. And then just one more point, just to remind members that after the approval of any standard or ED, we do have our editorial process. So it'll still go through that as our final edit.
As I said before, on the agenda item 3 conceptual framework, I think it will be helpful to have markups on the latest version with comments explaining why the drafting group might have landed somewhere. And I think if there are some issues that people have and they can be fed into that process, that will be very helpful in trying to land this.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. I agree with that. I think we need to make it clear to the board, if there is essentially a recommendation back, that that's what's been done. Okay, so with that, can we move on to measurement, please?
Thanks, Chair. So maybe just a quick overview of how the papers are set up. I guess maybe starting at the very last paper, 5.3.2, what this paper shows is really a culmination of all the other agenda items and reflects all the changes to IPSAS measurement since ED 77. And I guess what was reassuring to me, barring the changes that we need to make to deem cost, is the support we receive for the core text, historical costs, cost of fulfillment, fair value means there's very limited changes to the bulk of IPSAS measurement, where you'll see all the changes, where all the markup is, or the majority of the markup is really in current operational value. And as a result, that's why we've structured the papers in the order they are. Agenda 5.2.2, we'll spend time on current operational value, and I'll walk you through the changes that were made there. Before we jump in there, a special thanks to the drafting group. I'll go through some of the changes, but I'll highlight areas where the drafting group really helped staff out and really identified how we could clean up text. And I think it reads really clearly now as to what COV is. After 5.2.2, we'll move into the changes to the rest of the text, and it's a big text, so there's changes, but like I said, when you look at it on a whole, the changes are primarily in current operational value. So jumping into current operational value, what I've done, I've actually provided you current operational value in 3 places. One is an appendix to agenda item 5.2.2. I did that in the table format. Hopefully from my perspective, that's the last time I'll have to use a table format, but I found it useful. I thought board members would find it useful because we've been able to annotate why the changes were made. There's also a clean version, 5.3.1, and then maybe not as useful, a track changes version in 5.3.2, and that's just all red. So what I wanted to do was highlight the changes that we made with the drafting group and why we did. And I've listed them on this slide. And do you want to go through them one by one, Ian? Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be sensible.
So let's start with the definition. So the definition coming out of the October check-in, the IPSASB had come up with a definition that was supported amongst the members. The only change that the drafting group proposed, and this came out of an instruction to look at it more closely, was to take out the term replace from the definition. A couple members raised that at the October check-in, and the drafting group felt it was appropriate to remove that because it moved us away from terminology more consistent with replacement cost. And we really wanted to highlight, and this will come through more clearly in the second point on pay, that current operational value applies to an active market and also a cost to actually replace the asset. So again, we want to move away from specifically using the term replace in the definition.
Thanks. So take comments from board members. Does anybody disagree with that proposed change? Not seeing any flags raised either in the room or online, so I think we're okay with that.
The second change is one I really wanted to highlight because this is really where the drafting group, I think, showed its value. And coming out of the October check-in, staff was given the instruction to clarify by what we meant by pay in the definition. And we clarified that and we circulated a clarification of the text to members, and members provided comments. But what the drafting group suggested, and I think did a really good job on here, is we clarified throughout the entire text what pay meant. And we clarified when you use observable inputs, when you don't. And I hope that's much more clear to the text, because the drafting group really helped on that and pushed those changes through so that I think it reads much more cleanly and really addresses comments that were received in response to ED 77 that this needs to be more clear so that it's applied consistently in practice.
Thanks, Dave. Patricia on that.
Thank you. I think the rationale to understand the payment when asset is reproduced, I think I can explain in different way to clarify. In B4, I think it's about this text that you talk about. In B4B, I think the better way to explain, because it's important to connect with the definition. The definition said would pay, and then would pay each resource consumed to produce the asset. It's the same idea, but I think it's not a good, the use of the cost in considering the definition, I think it's not the best way to explain the idea. In sum, my suggestion is in B4B, in the place of the cost that will be incurred, because cost is not the same pay. In the definition, the word is pay. My suggestion is to include the phrase, the price that the entity would pay for each resource consumed in the reproduction of the assets.
So this is consistent with the point that you made on the framework that we discussed, isn't it? So it's a question about how that's articulated. So if we can take that into the drafting group to have a look at with your input, I think that's the way forward on that. Claudia, sorry, I keep something about the sight line or anyway.
Not issue. Thank you. I'm fully agree with the drafting for the COV regarding the definition and cost approach, but I think the drafting could have to review IPSAS, the paragraph 33, cost approach. In the core standard, where it's mentioned, the cost approach reflects the amount that would be required currently to replace the services provided by an asset, often referred to as a current replacement cost. And now we explain for the current operational value and make sure that we don't want to refer to the replacement cost approach, and further we're using still the word to replace the service, and for the current operational value we choose now to replace the remaining service potential. So we just make sure that in the core text the cost approach is equal defined than we use then in the special section for current operational value.
So we can take that away and see what we can do. I'll just, not saying we'll take it away. I'll give some context as to why 43, I think you said, was worded the way it was. And the cost approach is consistent with IFRS 13 or how it's defined there. So let me take that away with the drafting group and see what we can do, but I'll just the background as to why it's written that way.
Okay. Thanks. So we were on restructured text then.
So this looks like a big change, but I think the drafting group was right in their suggestion. What we've done is we've restructured the text so it follows a definition. So each principle that's attached to a component of the definition is now in order of the definition. So that's all that we meant by restructured text.
Okay. Good. So modern equivalent asset.
So modern equivalent asset, this was an instruction from the IPSASB from the October check-in asking the drafting group to consider whether modern equivalent asset should be elevated outside of the cost approach that would apply to market approach and cost approach. In discussions with the drafting group, we didn't think modern equivalent asset applied to the market approach because of the way market approach is defined. It's a similar or same asset, and we didn't think similar covered modern equivalent asset as is described in the text. What the drafting group proposed is, because modern equivalent asset isn't a core principle, but more an explanation of how to apply current operational value, we've developed implementation guidance to explain how modern equivalent asset is applied. So we pulled the text out of the appendix and put it into an implementation guidance because we think it's a more appropriate place for it to sit.
Thanks, Dave. Comments on that approach? Claudia, are you still in? No. Okay. Todd, to you first.
Thanks, Ian. I have provided this through to staff already, but when you look at paragraph B4 and then the material on modern equivalent asset, they don't sort of sit comfortably because we have set modern equivalent asset up to be something outside of what B4 explains. And I think we need to rethink that, because I think it's important that modern equivalent asset is within Appendix B, but it does need to work with the overall what we're trying to do here. So I think we need to link modern equivalent asset to similar asset in some way. And I have proposed some drafting to replace paragraph B38 that will connect B4 and the material we have on modern equivalent asset so that it actually hangs together as part of the standard.
Good, thanks, Todd. So the board will see that then when we see the markup text coming back reflecting changes agreed. Okay. Lindy, to you next.
Just a question though on Todd's proposal. Does that mean then that modern equivalent is overarching, or does it apply just to one technique?
Only applies to the cost approach, so it's not overarching. So I'm not changing B4. I'm just going to link modern equivalent asset to being a similar asset in the circumstances where you end up in a modern equivalent. Because to end up in modern equivalent, you basically have to, because you can't get there any other way without thinking about modern equivalent.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Linda, you okay with that?
I just struggle with the limitation then, and maybe it's just ignorance. I just think then we're always going to use the cost approach, because I don't know how you're ever going to find exactly the same assets. So I just think that modern equivalent, because we do say you can look at a new asset and you can make adjustments. If you get a new asset in the market, you make adjustments. I don't see why that's not a modern equivalent. So I just think limiting it to the cost approach means you only apply the cost approach ever. So.
Todd, do you want to go back on that just for a moment?
Yeah, I think, Linda, you're referring to paragraph B33, where it talks about an index price in previous period. And I do have an issue with that paragraph as well. I wonder whether we need to change that one so that the market approach is very much market. Otherwise, you're in cost.
So this may actually be a conversation over lunch, actually, given we're going to break in about 10 minutes. So to help you, Lindy, maybe some, there you go, an objective for lunchtime. Okay. Any other comments then on modern equivalent asset? Could we move on to discounted cash flows?
So then the last point, this is actually a non-change, was discounted cash flows. In September, the IPSASB agreed that discounted cash flows was not an appropriate approach for current operational value. There was just discussion at the October check-in, so the drafting group just followed up on that discussion and reaffirmed the September decision not to include discounted cash flows as part of current operational value.
Okay. Lynn.
So it's one I think we can take offline, but I just want to see how that plays through with right of use assets still. I think it's something we can take offline. I'm not suggesting we bring an approach back in or change any previous decisions, but I'm not sure the how it's done at the moment quite works for right of use assets.
Do we want to pick that up under a separate item? Yeah, I mean, certainly. Well, Dave, do you want to just go back on that?
I was just going to take Lynn up on the offer to talk about it over lunch, but
it's going to be a busy lunchtime. No, I think that's probably a good idea, actually. If we can do that, that'd be helpful. Okay. You've highlighted those changes. Is there anything else anybody wants to pick up on under COV as we have it in the table format?
I think Todd had a comment on B33 that we'll take to the drafting group.
Todd?
Are we doing the implementation guidance now, or is that coming later?
No, we will pick up the implement. Sorry, I was on the AG at the moment. Ross.
I just wanted to actually note a thanks to the drafting group for the rework on this, because we have been working on COV for a long time. And, we've had different iterations of it. And I think we've always kind of lacked a bit of clarity. This read now has a lot of clarity. It's feeling right to me. It makes sense. It flows, and it's all coming together. And I mean, it's easy to sit here and point out all the problems and things we want to fix, but I think we've come a long way. If you think about where we were at the beginning of the year, when we started going back into COV, there was a lot of, different views and different ideas. And I think the drafting and the views have brought the board together in a way that we haven't had before. So we should note that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree on that. I think it has worked very well as a group. And we've had it does really now hang together in a way it didn't before. Chris.
Thank you, Ian. Mine is a commendation. I'm really excited to get to see that the COB has been delivered. Let me use that word. It's our own. It's public sector specific. And it's homegrown, so to say. So congratulations.
Thank you, Chris. Yes. Okay. But I think absolutely, it doesn't stop us facing problems as we're uncovering, but actually they're good problems to have. So what I'd suggest then is let's just walk through the implementation guidance and then we'll take a break at that point for lunch.
Implementation guidance is a separate paper.
Oh, okay. Do you want to do that now, or do you want to break?
Are people ready to do implementation guidance now? Because I have it as a separate paper. If we're ready to do it now, we can do it now. I think people want lunch, Ian.
Okay, fair enough. I think you've earned it. Okay, so let's take a break. Sort of Todd, Lindy, Lynn, and Dave, I think you've got your homework for over lunchtime. So if we can be back here at 1:25 Toronto time, and then we will move through the remainder of the material on measurement. Okay, thanks very much, everyone. Good. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. On time. I hope you had a good lunch and everybody had the necessary conversations over lunch. So with that, we move back into the discussion around COV. And are we on implementation guidance next?
No, implementation guidance comes up in 2 or 3 slides. We're moving to the other measurement basis of the core text and the appendices.
Right.
Like I said, this was strongly supported, so there's not a ton of changes I wanted to walk through. I'll say barring the deemed cost changes that we'll make this afternoon with the drafting group. I'll walk through very quickly the changes. The first was to switch the order of the finance or fair value and cost of fulfillment guidance. And by switch the order, it really is just reordering the appendices. This was just to align with the diagram that had been developed up in paragraph 36. So I'll pause there if there's any comments, but there were no changes to the text. It was just reordering the guidance so it's consistent with how we presented it in the diagram.
Okay, I think that's straightforward. Okay.
The next was, and I think everyone will be okay with this because we talked about it this morning for 15 minutes or so on historical cost and transaction price. We just spent time to make sure that we were absolutely consistent between the conceptual framework and measurement as it relates to the definition of historical cost and transaction price.
Not seeing any flags, so I think we're good with that.
On disclosure clarification, back in March, the board reaffirmed its decision or its proposal in ED 77 that disclosures related to current value measures would be in the standard to which the asset or liability related. All we did was the IPSASB asked staff to clarify this in the core text. So we've added 2 paragraphs. I think it's 47 and 48 or at the end of the standard. And then I also drafted implementation guidance just to be a little more clear on how it applies in practice.
Lindy.
Thank you. So my question was in the scope, we still talk about using the standard for disclosures, but I suppose it's because of the paragraphs that we have here that just generally talk about disclosures. Maybe we just need to look at that. It's weird that we say you use the standard.
You mind speaking a bit closer to the mic, Lindy?
Sorry. In the scope of the ED, we talk about you would apply this for your measurement basis and disclosures. I was wondering if that should still be there specifically in the scope. It may be because we have these additional paragraphs that's there, but otherwise redundant. Thanks.
So let me take that away. Lindy, I take your point. That guidance would have come from IFRS 13. And obviously the disclosures are in IFRS 13. So I tend to agree with your point. Just let me think about it with the drafting group.
So unless we find anything to the contrary, then we should just remove the reference to disclosures. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
And then the last item on this slide was just a very simple clarification. I think it came from the March meeting, an instruction to clarify that cost of fulfillment income approach was the only relevant measurement technique. We just clarified that in the cost of fulfillment appendix.
Okay. Renee.
Thank you. I just want to make sure it's in the definition of transaction price. I'm going back to clarification of historical cost. We end the transaction price definition with the word to assume a liability. So I provided some editorial changes related to that, as opposed to obligation. In the conceptual framework, chapter 7, we're using obligation. So it's editorial in nature, but it's definition. I thought I would just point it out here. And I had also raised a few editorial changes in Appendix A, historical cost, but we can take those offline.
On the obligation liability point?
I was just gonna say, thanks, Renee.
Right, okay, thanks, Renee. Good. Okay.
So the next change, and I didn't list them on the slide because there are a lot of changes. It was updating the basis for conclusions. I did list them in the agenda item. So maybe the best way to go through them, Ian, is we just open the agenda item and go through them change by change. They are to reflect obviously board decisions. So I don't think there's anything controversial. This will be the first time that the board has seen them. So my only ask of the board is happy to take any editorial comments, but really interested in any areas where you don't think I've appropriately reflected a board decision, because I think that's something we should discuss, and editorials will take to the
Right, so where do you want to take us to in terms of pages within the document? And,
I think I guess I'd start with updates to the measurement model, so BC 27A through BC 27C.
Where's that page reference?
I think it's page 38 of the clean version. Is that right? Oh, give me a second.
So I know it's the problem of reviewing an electronic document that you can't just sort of flick.
So I'm on the track changes version, which might be the easy way to go, and it's page 366.
I'm almost there. (366) or okay, so you don't want to go through the whole.
Well, we can do page by page.
Well, I was just wondering whether the easiest thing is actually just for the board to actually let's just walk through, and you know, just want to make sure we picked up the comments on this. So, yeah. So we're on page 362, BC1 through BC5. And then BC6 through to BC11. BC12 through BC17. BC18 through BC25. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. On BC 18 and BC 20, I think it's the final sentence in each of those bases for conclusions. I don't think the sentence actually makes sense in each case. In one case, it seems to be saying that on initial recognition, you can do the measurement after the transaction date, which I just can't get my head around. And in the other case, it suggests that your accounting policy choice impacts measurement at initial recognition, which again, I can't get my head around. So there's something that's gone wrong there, I think.
Dave.
So on BC 18, Todd, this might need clarification, but this was a discussion that the board had before the ED went out. And this is where, I don't really remember this paper, but we had a paper on initial recognition versus initial measurement. And the way IPSAS are written is initial recognition is in the financial statements So you could have your transaction occur before your financial statements are published. So what this sentence is trying, that's how you could have initial measurement before initial recognition. So if your financial statement date is December 31st, that's initial recognition, but your transaction on initial measurement may occur before that.
The last sentence is talking about measurement after the transaction date. It doesn't make sense.
I think let's take this one offline. I think there are a number of puzzle faces around the table. So if we can have another look at that. Okay. So with that, we are on BC 26 through to BC 27E. Okay. BC 28 through BC 33. Then BC 33A through BC 33E. BC 33F through BC 33J. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. There are a couple of paragraphs there on current operational value, BC 33G and H. And there's a strong theme through those two paragraphs of replacing the asset. And I think in the drafting in Appendix B of measurement, we've tried to move away from that sort of language. So I think as a consequence of moving away from that language in Appendix B, we just need to look at the drafting there.
Thanks, Todd. It's a good spot. Lindy.
So there's also just a drafting question, but we don't need the F, G, and the H. We can just renumber it in the final announcement. Or are you going to keep it this way? Or was that just for us?
Just for you. It was, well, maybe it was more for me, Lindy, in that I didn't have to keep changing the references up in the early agenda items, but it'll all be renumbered for the final.
Okay, BC 33K through, and there's a number of deletions. BC 36. Then we're on to COV, existing location, so BC 38 through BC 40. Then we'll move to measurement techniques, BC 46 through BC 47A. Use of COV throughout IPSASB, BC 48 through BC 50. BC 50, Todd.
BC 50, I think it goes to the point that we were discussing earlier this morning about there are going to be consequences of landing where we have with measurement, and we haven't necessarily exposed through the original process some of the changes that may be important ultimately to our suite of standards. And I do wonder from a integrity about the suite of our standards in the interim, we may just need to acknowledge something more in BC 50, because certainly in my mind at present, I am concerned that we have quite a strong narrative around fair value is appropriate where you hold something for its financial capacity, and a narrative around where you hold it for its operational capacity, COV is appropriate. So that's a strong narrative running through the conceptual framework and measurement. And we're sort of having drawn people's attention to this strong narrative, we're then basically saying, but there's a whole lot of work still to do to make that work across our suite of standards. I think we just need to be a bit more upfront and acknowledge that through the BCs.
So on that, I think we've asked for advice on deemed cost, and I think that's probably something where we need to also ask for advice on COV in terms of how we can handle that, what the options are. And then you're right, Todd, that we need to make sure that the BC then actually squares with that advice that we get from staff on how we move forward. And there are a number of options on how we might move forward with that. So I think we just need to understand what those might be and the timing and so on. Okay, so then I think we're back on cost of fulfillment, BC 50A through BC 50C. BC 51 through BC 55. BC 56 through BC 60. Todd?
Sorry. It's on BC 59, and when I read that paragraph, I was a bit concerned that we are going to have fair value defined in measurement in a particular way, and then fair value defined in another way and other standards. And it just, something about that doesn't sit terribly comfortably, given that we've tried where at all possible in our literature to have a term and define it and then use it with that defined term. So it was more in reflecting on BC 59, it doesn't sit comfortably having different definitions of fair value. We may have to do that in this case, because it would probably be quite a bit of work to go through and work out what we should do in the circumstances. But I just wanted to register that it does create a bit of a problem, because people will read the term fair value, and once measurements out there, we'll be thinking that way. So yeah, I've registered it, but I don't know whether there's a better solution.
I mean, certainly the reference in leases, we've had that discussion and we've stayed with the old definition of fair value, which is aligned with IFRS 16. So then the references in IPSAS 21, I think we would pick up and review as part of the limited scope project that we've agreed on that. Resources, dependent. I guess there is a question then about IPSAS 32. So I think that probably comes back to, actually, this is, we have reviewed earlier. I don't know, Ross, whether you want to comment at this stage.
Nothing more than I can appreciate Todd's, looking at it freshly, having different views, but this has been discussed in the development of the ED. We exposed it, and this is the approach the board agreed. So I don't think it's the time to, take a different approach right at the end of the project in future projects or future review of measurement. If we want to scope that in, I think we can, but I think at this time it's appropriate to, I think we got to explain it, and it is what it is.
Lindy.
Yeah, I think the 32, the reason it's retained is similar for the leases. So I wouldn't change that necessarily unless we change what we're doing on leases. It's only the impairment that could be another thing. I wonder if that's something that should be clarified, because it's like you do lease accounting and service concession arrangement.
So I wonder whether actually it would be better off just being more explicit rather than more general. That just indicates the reason, it's a deliberate decision in 43. It's an interim situation in 21. And, so that's probably the better way to do it. So it's at least that, I think, addresses your point, Todd, for articulating that it's a deliberate point and rather than anything else. Okay, Renee and then Lynn.
Yes, thank you. Is it in this BC that we would bring in a potential amendment to IPSAS 33 based on the deemed cost? That we're going to be looking at that this week, but it could be, I'm just flagging, this would be an area, right? Where we would need to fix this BC if we do change IPSAS 33 to remove the reference to fair value.
So
I guess my initial view is, well, I need a new BC, a separate BC, but leave that with, yeah, it'll be part of the deem cost changes.
yeah, but I think it would be better to keep it separate because I think that's a different issue to what we've got here. Okay. Good. So let's move on then to value and use BC 61, BC 62. Then we've got BC 63 through BC 64A. And then depreciation and amortization, BC 65 to BC 67. And then disclosures, BC 68 to BC 70A. And transition, BC 71 through BC 73. Okay.
So Ian, the next agenda item is implementation guidance. So maybe we just keep going page by page through that.
Yep. Okay. So we're on BC on page 379. Yep. Okay. Yep.
So we'll start with section A. Each of the sections relate to us either the core text or a specific measurement basis. So section A is core text. So A1 and A2, which are on page 379.
Okay. Any comments? Todd?
Thanks, Ian. On A2, the question that's asked there is about current value measures, and the first paragraph talks about historical cost. Doesn't feel like it fits as part of the answer to the question, so I wonder whether that paragraph should be deleted.
Thanks, Todd.
Thanks. Okay, so that goes. Trisha?
Yes, it is in the text too, but I would like to confirm because in the A1, principal or most advantageous market are in current operational value, but it's the principal for the entity because it's entity specific. I understand it's only editorial in the text, but maybe we have different interpretation of this.
I don't think it's a different interpretation. I think if you are able to use the market approach for current operational value, then you will have an active market, and that will be your principal and most advantageous market. So if you're able to buy the asset locally, you should be looking locally, not halfway across the world.
My question is linked with the entry price in the CF conceptual framework that indicated that it's specific market for the entity. When it will be nice check here. In paragraph 7.19 of the conceptual framework, it specific reflect the economic and legal and not constraint that affect the possible. But I can identify, but when discussed this in conceptual framework, entity specific is specific market, not the market that the entity can access the conditions that the entity can have. Yes, only. Thank you.
So Patricia, I take your point now. I've made a note to look at the consistency between the conceptual framework and A1 on how we define an entry price being able to use a most advantageous market, principal most advantageous market.
Yes, it is only difference between fair value and the COV.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that. So then we move on to, well, obviously we've got tables on the next couple of pages. Move on to section B, B1, B2. Todd.
The point is on B1, but it ties very much into the comments from earlier in the day. So I think when we were talking about the conceptual framework, we were talking about unit of account, because in some cases we talk about if you've got an asset, you look at what its the primary purpose for holding the asset is. And then when we get into COV, we sort of say in COV, you could get into a situation where you have to actually split the asset and account for it differently. And so B1 is basically saying you have to make a choice about whether you're primarily holding it for a particular reason and then use that measurement basis. But then as you get into further implementation guidance further down under COV, you then get into the split. And I think we need to be a bit clearer in this implementation guidance when each is appropriate. And it may actually need to come through earlier for the implementation guidance to work, because I don't think we're being completely clear when you split an asset into the two components versus that primary purpose for holding them. And it links through, I think, agenda items 3, 4, and 5 at that point.
So I guess maybe reflecting on that comment and comments I've heard a few times today is maybe your point, Todd, is if we need implementation guidance on unit of account, and maybe that helps everyone. And sorry, I think that's a separate IG that we can develop with the drafting group.
Okay. So C1 and C2. Renee and then Lindy.
Yes, so on C1, we need to refine and clean it up based on the clarifications that we brought in for initial measurement and cost, historical costs. So I provided staff some suggestions there, and there is a typo in C2 too, but provided that to staff already.
Okay, Lindy.
Yeah, I just had a problem with what C1 is saying, but I guess if you've got comments already, then we can have a look at it. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think not clear.
I mean, as ever, if you can provide some suggestions on drafting at this stage, that would be very helpful. Okay, so we move on to D1 and D2, 3. Let's do D1 to D3. Wow. So I'll take Camira, then Lisbeth, then Todd. Renee, you still in? Okay, Camira.
Thanks, Chair. I remember in the IPSASB expert group, one suggestion on our COV was that we should clarify whether in estimating the COV, impairment should be considered. Now with the implementation guidance, I understand that implicitly yes, because we are talking about obsolescence and so. So if impairment is playing a role in estimating COV, then what is the role now of value in use? Is value in use becoming a measurement technique to COV, or what? Because then value in use will also play a role here. So I think we need a bit of more clarity on this. Thanks.
So I'll take the other comments and then go back to you, Dave, Lisbeth, and then Todd.
Thank you, Chair. The question on D2, it's how does an entity reflect the remaining service potential of an asset? But the discussion is really about clarification on how to measure COV when an active market is not or does not exist. So I suggest that we use the question, can you use a price in an inactive market or unobservable inputs to determine COV which is consistent with Appendix A of Agenda 5.2.2. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy, Todd, and then back to Dave.
Yeah, I had a similar point. The question for D2 is exactly the same as D1. So I think we need to put the right question in there, which I think was Lisby's point. And I think in terms of answering the question, I think it needs to be clear up front, saying yes, that we're talking about COV on the cost approach basis. And I think that will help in terms of explaining the answer to the question that should have been there.
Thanks, Todd. Dave. And then I'll come back to you.
So I guess just I'll take the 2 points that were given. I guess just coming back on Kamira's point, part of the reason that we added a limited scope project on IPSAS 21 was to clarify how impairment worked with our new current operational value model. So that's where the work's really going to come through. I don't think there's necessarily an inconsistency right now. I think if you are measuring an asset at a current value, impairment should always be taken into account because it's going up and down based on the market. But we have added a project so that we will make sure that's clear as part of the impairment limited scope project.
Okay. Lynn.
Yeah, just on D2, when you change the question to the same as the appendix, which was, can you use a price in an inactive market or unobservable inputs? You've said yes, and then very quickly the answer goes on to talk about the cost approach, but it also does say, yes, you can use an inactive market, but it doesn't give you much guidance on how you would do that on an inactive market. You jump straight to the cost approach. So I think if you're going to say yes to an inactive market, it needs a bit more.
Okay. Kamira. Sorry, not Kamira.
Yeah, thank you. In addition, what Lynn said, I think it would be very helpful if it indicated that some resources are necessary to have the assets in how to estimate some resource consumed. For example, materials I can use in my market information, but the consumer of the equipment, not market information. Maybe I have to estimate based on the historical cost. The cost in the entity should have would have. So I think it's linked with my comments. My comments in relation to cortex. I think this example could be help the constituent to understand what the means would pay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patricia. Okay, so that was D2, D3. And then we move into D4. Patricia, are you still in? Yeah, Mari, go ahead.
Yes, I have a basic question about the definition of the word. The D4, there is an operational purpose, and there is a policy objective. There is a word generally reflects the policy objective of the entity operating the asset, and another part of this measurement agenda, entity specific value, and in just there is a word using asset for a particular purpose, and so not consider in that case that considered all alternative uses, and the alternative uses and the operational purpose, it should be clearly defined, the terminology. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. Dave, you okay with that?
You have to let me take it away, because I guess we can describe it better in D4, but I wouldn't want to elevate it up to definitions.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly, Murray, your point is correct in terms of D4. I can see that we do need to get consistency and improve the description there. That's probably the right place to do it. Todd.
Yeah, similar point. I think with D4, currently it doesn't quite work with B23. So there's a bit of inconsistent language used. And I think if we get that alignment between B23 and D4, it will help.
Okay, good. So D5 then. D6. D7. D8. Oh, sorry, Todd.
I did have a point on D8, but it related to some changes that I think need to be made in the standard itself, and it would be a consequence if we made changes to, like it's in the area of paragraphs 43 and 44, and I've
Okay, so it's a consequential of that.
Yeah, I just
yeah.
Okay,
no, well, it's good to flag it that that's where we need to pick it up. So then we're on E1, E2. Yeah. Yeah, Camilla, you and yep, go ahead.
Yes, thanks. I'm on E2. The question is, in terms of the income approach, considering that the income approach is not considered as a measurement technique for COV, will the entity then instruct the evaluators that they are not allowed to use the income approach in case they will use the COV? So is that an implication of that decision? Thanks.
Dave.
I think and this is to answer your question, but what Section E is trying to communicate is that it's important for the valuation community or the valuers and the accountants to have a strong understanding of what the measurement should be. So it's important that if COV is being applied, the accountants have communicated to the valuation community what is and isn't allowed, and there has to be strong communication back and forth. So to answer your question, yes, and that should be communicated through E1 through I think E5.
Yeah, and there is, I think that, there's going to be a need of a consequent dialogue with the valuation community once we've actually got this settled, to make sure that as far as possible, it's sort of reflected in their guidance. Okay, so E3 and E4. E5. E6. E7. Okay. Good. Okay. So. Sorry, I was looking to see if I missed any flags. No. Okay, so move us on then to the next item.
So the next paper proposes a change to amendments to other IPSAS. Staff was reviewing a proposed change to IPSAS 32 and IPSAS 43, where we refer to the current value model. Based on decisions to date, staff thought it was inappropriate that COV could be applied in IPSAS 32 and 43. And as a result, we thought that we should be more explicit that the amendments only applied to fair value application IPSAS 32 and 43.
Open up for comments. Everybody was waiting to see who was going to lift their flag first. I think, Claudia, you were marginally ahead. And then I think it's probably Todd, Lynn and Camilla in that order.
My first point is we explaining that the current operational value was designed only for physical assets, that means for tangible assets. But if we go to the standards, we're talking about assets or non-financial assets. We are not explicit said that it's only usable for tangible assets. So I'm wondering if we need to modify our standard to bring it thus to tangible assets, or if the explanation is not right.
Okay, so I'm just going to take a round of comments and then we'll see where we get to. Okay, Todd.
I think we've probably traversed this paper in earlier discussions, and I think we've landed that right now we need to leave them as they are. But I would just reiterate the point that I was making earlier, that it is important that we do come back from an integrity of our standards perspective and really think about this. And so I don't know whether I would start limiting COV at this point in time. I think we need to explore that properly before proceeding, but it is important that we do that work, I think. Very important.
Lynn and then Camilla.
So I think, Todd, are you suggesting that work needs to be done before we approve the measurement standards? I just wanted to make sure I understood Todd's point first of all.
Before it's applied in practice.
So I wanted to go back to a point that Todd spoke about earlier on, which was this sort of pervasive in the conceptual framework and the PPE and measurement is if you're holding something for operational capacity, COV is appropriate. If you're holding something for financial capacity, fair value is appropriate. And then we're taking these assets and just saying, no, it's fair value. And we're sort of disregarding that sort of decision point around what am I holding this right of use asset for, or this service concession asset for. And I'm struggling with the logic behind that. The logic that's put forward in the paper is don't actually want to do that, because in practical terms to measure these I'd have to use the income approach, and elsewhere we've made a decision not to have the income approach. I would rather us have a conceptual discussion and agreement as to, and maybe that's what we need the paper on, is putting the income approach to one side for a moment. Do we think the purpose of holding the asset, either operating capacity or financial capacity, that distinction should apply, that should drive a COV or fair value? If we decide yes, that actually that distinction of the purpose of holding the asset drives us to say we need a COV, then how we then calculate that COV, is it the market approach applied, or is it that we need the income approach back in very limited to these types of asset? I think is a more conceptually sound way forward for us. I think the paper is, oh, actually we know we're going to have to use discounted cash flow, so we're going to have to call it fair value. My nervousness is enhanced by, and we'll come on to discuss concession releases, in another paper later on, but where we're using a different discounted cash flow for initial measurement of concession releases. I wouldn't want to go from that to then put in the right of use asset at fair value. What difference does that make? Maybe it makes no difference, but I wasn't convinced on the arguments in this paper as set out. And I think we ought to have a paper that says, should we have that distinction between financial capacity and operating capacity? Should that apply to service concession assets and right of use assets? I think I'm happy enough that we park intangibles and say it was out of scope, although I do think we need to make it out of scope in the measurement standard. That's a different point, but I do think we need more consideration on this from a conceptual point of view.
Camilla.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm also similar with the comments of Lynn. So I think the arguments are not convincing. So for instance, IPSAS 43, the reason of avoiding departure for IFRS is not enough reason to don't use the COV, because that is why we created it. This specific for the public sector. Also, I think that it looks like from reading the paper that we are trying to solve a problem caused by the previous decision of excluding income approach. We are trying to solve it through an accounting treatment, and that should not be the reason. And I agree with Lynn that we should be consistent with the decision. If we already decide that the main criteria for deciding which measurement basis is what is the purpose of holding the asset, then we should go. Otherwise, we will have assets held for operational capacity measured at fair value, and that is totally not logic for me. So thanks.
So I think as was stated, I think this is a manifestation of the fact that we get to a place and then there are various issues that will need to be thought through. And I think it's not helped in this case by the fact that the ISB has not been very clear in this situation. And so I think it comes into this, actually, we need to have a clear plan for how we work these issues through. And that might mean, you know, potentially there's a temporary scope out or something like that, which says clearly there is further work to be done. And I think we do need some advice from staff on how we make, you know, we work through these issues, because the challenge we've got is we have to have a firm foundation to begin with before we start to then test in different situations. And that's the challenge that we have. How do we go about that without keeping everything open? So there needs to be a deliberate plan, and that plan needs to be communicated in such a way that you then have something firm that you can actually test against. I don't know, Ross or Dave, whether you want to pick that one up at the moment or whether that's something that we want to come back on. Because I think, you know, we've picked up several instances where there is a specific piece of work that will need to be done. And then there's a process question as well, as that, does that piece of work need to be done before we can actually approve, or is that then something that is clearly on the work program and it's to be resolved within a certain period? So I think we need a sort of, you know, something that is clear what we're actually doing, rather than, as Lynn, I think, said, you know, and Camilla said, it's a sort of where we've got here is a sort of piecemeal rather than what's the bigger issue that we've actually been talking about. Lynn.
I don't think you can scope out right of use assets in the way that you might be able to scope out and push down the road intangibles, as a for example, because IPSAS 43 says subsequent measurement, you go to the PPE standard. So I don't think you can scope out right of use assets. I do think we're going to have to solve.
Well, I think we need some practical advice here, because we cannot keep the standard open because we have various loose ends. So we need a practical way forward. We've done this with other pieces of guidance, for example, where we're waiting for the revenue guidance. So ultimately, we need a practical way forward, which is clear that we're not kicking the can down the road ad infinitum, but there is quite a lot to work through here, and you have to have something firm to work with before you start that piece of work. So that is where we get to. Ross.
Yeah, so I think we can take it away and bring back some thinking on how to manage it overall. I think Todd suggested this morning when we first opened up the issue in PP&E about a long implementation date and the ability to, you know, think through these issues and have them finalized before the standard actually implemented. So a phased approach. And I do think, again, we heard a lot yesterday during the CAG about how Saudi Arabia, that they're waiting for this guidance specifically, as are other countries implementing and using COV right now to measure, 5,000 different entities' real estate assets, and really want us to kind of finalize the thinking around the application. So I think there is some tension between, dealing with all of the conceptual issues now and being pragmatic, but staff can take it away and bring back some thinking on how we might do that. But at the end of the day, we are in a position where the board did make specific decisions about COV that are now impacting how we're going to implement it. And I think we're going to have to acknowledge that, because we're not going to be able to keep opening up every decision again, and for items that we want to. And we have been developing COV with real assets in mind. So I think we do need to be careful on starting to think about other types of assets and just allowing that to be used. We need some analysis on that to make the decision.
Dave, you want to...
I just want to make sure this recommendation wasn't characterized as a poor approach. I think standard setting is an iterative process, and this is the appropriate recommendation given the decisions made to date. So I just want to make clear this isn't an incorrect recommendation by any means.
So I think we come back to the fact that we need a clear plan as to how we work this through. But I think that has to start off from how do you actually address the fact that we live in an imperfect world. Other standard setters have faced this issue. We already know that we've agreed, for example, that there is further work to be done on impairment. We acknowledge that we're not doing that before we finalise this standard, and indeed we need to finalise this standard in order to be able to move on to that. We faced, so I think this is how do we draw a line around this, and then how do we what is the plan for any further work in addressing this, and that is, I think, what we require, but it has to start from, we are going to finalise this standard at this point because we need a fixed piece of guidance before we can do these other pieces of work, rather than to keep this open ad infinitum, which will not meet stakeholder requirements. Camira, and then I think we're going to need to move on this because we need to see this piece of advice first. Camira and then Lindy.
Thanks, Chair. I was just thinking in the way forward, this is the first time we are proposing a new measurement base for the public sector. And in general, every time in private sector, when we are launching something new to the market, we need to do some testing to see if it's going to work well. So now in the theory, it looks fine, the principles. Are we planning to do some testing so that it is with numbers so that we can really identify if the measurement base that we are proposing is working right, or we plan to issue the standard and then ask for feedback to some pilot countries that decide to experiment if the measurement base is working as it was supposed to do, and how to differentiate it from fair value? Thanks.
So, I mean, this is where I think we've worked it through as far as we can at this stage in time. We need to get feedback from users on how it works in practice. And therefore, that is why we need to actually get the guidance finalised, because you can't keep going around something that might change or it might not change or whatever. So we need a plan as to how we do that. And the reality is that you cannot be absolutely clear about exactly how everything is going to work in practice when you make a significant change. The ISB didn't know what was going to happen when it implemented its standards on financial instruments, on revenue, on leases. And it is now doing post-implementation reviews. It's also open to us if something emerges as a more urgent issue that we can do something through annual improvements. So we have a variety of tools at our disposal. But that should not stop us from moving ahead with what is actually a major piece of thinking that really does take the thinking forward. And so I think that's where we are, and we need to acknowledge that there are, because it's an unusual standard, because it's this mezzanine standard rather than a conventional, you know, we're on inventory or something like that. So it is going to apply more widely. So therefore there is some further work to be done, but we need to be clear and we need to allow the time, and that could well be through a longer effective date supported by a series of pieces of work. Todd. Scott. I think I'm
okay, that's fine. I just wanted to comment on your point in support of what you just said. The two reasons, if you remember yesterday at DK, we talked a lot about implementation guidance, and that's why you do that. And that's why standard setters have interpretations, because they issued their initial standards. My experience has been users don't really implement it until you issue it. Okay, you can ask them to do all they want when it's in draft, but they don't really do it. Okay, to me, when you actually put it out there and they actually have to do it, is when you really, these issues come out. And it's important to us to have our ears open to hear those things, so we in timely be able to make those adjustments. But it's typically something this new in this complex, it's only going to get figured out when they start doing it. So I would support you, Ian.
Thanks, Scott. Abdullah, then Lindy, then Chris.
Thanks, Chair. And this is just to reflect on Camara's point. And it's not that we've done it, and we've done it not just in a small number. We've done it in more than 100,000 real estate assets, and we did it the initial recognition. That is not subsequent, the initial recognition. If we did the fair value, it would have cost us a lot, and it wouldn't be even workable. But we found COV was very instrumental, and that landed us somewhere. Like, we have thousands of schools, tens of thousands of hospitals, and this is provided by the public sector. And those you would imagine that would be entity specific, and you wouldn't have the historical cost because you've been running in cash for 70 years. But we've done this, and we didn't do it alone. We did it with some recognized partners. We are doing it from the accounting part. We are partnering with PwC, and in the valuation side, we are doing it with CPRE, and we can do a workshop or whatever can showcase for our experience how we've done it. And the one thing that I would want to share with you, that is, from the accounting side, we had these fights between the valuer and the accountants. Being accountants, we've been stepping on the shoes of the valuer. Then at one point they told us just to stop. Either you want to do the valuation or you want to give the valuer their jobs and to do the valuation. So what we decided is, we came up with the decision trees, what to be valued, how to be valued. Then we left it for the valuer, and we would just review what they done. And it has been very instrumental. But I'm always nervous about the idea that we don't want to be as accountants to be doing the valuer's job. Otherwise, would be an accounting job, not a valuation job. Just wanted to share a thought and a practical example, and I would be happy to share this slides, conduct workshops anytime, even if as early as this week or anytime. But COV, without COV, I've had discussions with a number of jurisdictions in our regions, more than 8 or 9 different jurisdictions. And one of the things that always came up, that they were saying, the first time valuation, we're not going to go, and we don't have the historical cost. How are we going to do with the assets that we have? It's definitely not, we're not going to value it on fair value. But then I had to explain the COV, some of them to at least 3 jurisdictions, and they can have it online and offline discussions. 3 of them showed really interest in COV and how would it be very instrumental for them, and they are very much watching out, and they are anticipating the outcome of this measurement exercise. Thank you, and sorry for being just talking too much on that.
Thanks, Abdullah. Lindy, and then Chris.
Thank you very much. Back on this issue. Just when you look at the recommendations, so IPSAS 32 talks about two kinds of assets, an existing asset and a new asset. In here, we're only talking about an existing asset, where you only reclassify it. If it's a new asset, you use fair value to measure it. But so the arguments in here need to talk about a new asset that you get through a service concession arrangement, not an existing asset. Or we have to look at both, but I think I don't understand why there's an issue for existing assets. So just when you look at the recommendations, we have to look at both types of arrangements in service concessions. And I think the problem only is if it's a new asset and then you make payments towards the construction of a new asset, and that we say is the fair value, which is similar to the lease standard. It's not around the existing assets.
Okay. But I think we need to come back when we understand what the strategy is here. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just supporting what you said in response to Camira's concern. This also brings us back to the important issue of post-implementation review, that we should have a policy in our strategy and work plan. So for every 5 years, we review our standards, get feedbacks from our constituents. We shouldn't be afraid of testing what we have done. I believe we have done a great work so far on COV. And we should not be afraid, should not be intimidated by advanced knowledge or system from the private sector, not to get our system tested and run. So just like Scott said, let us put our own out there and then let's see how it works in practice.
Thank you. Lynn.
So I think what characterizes some of the discussion this morning, but also I think the point that Camira and I are trying to make is we're not trying to stop the use of COV, we're trying to encourage the use of COV in a conceptually consistent way where we need to right here, right now for certain classes of assets, and making sure that we do that in a conceptually sound way based on all the ones we have to do now, plus then an agreement as to a future work program on other types of asset that we haven't yet considered. But it's almost then taking those other types of assets like intangibles and then saying, can we use COV that we're now proudly developed to apply to those other classes of assets? So I guess, and it came up this morning, didn't it, on non-exchange transactions and deemed cost, and it's come up this afternoon on right of use assets in particular, where we are driven to use the PPE standard. So I think I would ask for a paper that takes COV or takes the decisions we made about operating and financial capacity and therefore COV to those transactions that we could fix now without reopening it, without putting at jeopardy the timetable that you're working to. I think with a little bit more work, we can get it even better. And that's what I'm asking to happen.
Dave.
I guess we could write those papers, Lynn, but in my discussions with people who measure leases, and I suspect the same for IPSAS 32, they indicated they need the income approach, and we don't have the income approach for COV. So I just kind of see it as I don't know what that paper is going to do.
I think here we are in the art of the possible. And let's be clear about this. If we decided to start making changes which require the entire standards to be re-exposed, then we are talking about the fact that we would have to do the work involved, and we would end up moving the completion of the project back by at least 18 months, probably more. So I think what we need to do is work within what we've done at the moment. If there are some rough edges, then I think we have to accept that there are rough edges, and we have to be honest about it. And we then have to have a plan by which we will fix it. And that is what, for example, the ISB had to do with financial instruments. You know, it's not the first time that these sorts of issues have emerged. So, you know, I think we need to get some advice about what can be done at the moment, and what would require significant additional work. And I entirely agree with you, Lynn, if there are changes that we can make, which essentially we could do within the existing guidance, which is a clarification or something like that, without reopening in a way that would require re-exposure, then that's fine. But if it means that it's something that in due process terms is going to require the entire standard to be re-exposed, then I think we have a major strategic issue for the board. And it's a reputational issue as well for the board. You know, there are risks either way, but there is a much bigger risk in leaving this standard unfinished. So I think if we can have the thinking back from the staff on what is possible within the existing, what we've exposed at the moment, and what would have to be, however we justify this, a separate piece of work within a defined period, then that's what we have to do, I think, personally. But I think we need that advice so that the board can be clear on either we go this way or that way, but be clear. If we, and this is the situation we faced with social benefits, and we had exactly the same situation on social benefits, which is if we want to hold this standard open and do a lot of extra work, then it will be at the expense of other projects, and it will be at the expense of significant delay, and we may well not get to anywhere different. And that's exactly the situation that we had. So let's be absolutely clear about there isn't, you know, so it's in getting that advice, let's see what we can do. But let's base it on the basis that we need to be pragmatic here. Lucy and then Todd, and then I'm going to wrap this up because we've gone around this enough. Lucy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In the 39th session of the UNCTAD ISAR, one of the concerns of the constituents is when the board would be able to issue the measurement standard, among other standards like revenue, transfer expenses, and others. I would like to talk from the perspective of an implementer of IPSAS. When we implemented IPSAS back in 2014, we had an issue on IPSAS 25. Okay, and IPSAS 25 was issued in 2008. And there were impracticality of the guidance, and so we evaluated how we can implement IPSAS 25, and it was really difficult for us to do that. So what we did was we raised this as an issue before the board, and we're glad that this was replaced by IPSAS 39 in 2018. So if you look at the period from issuance of IPSAS 25, that is 2008, and it was replaced in 2018. That's 10 years. But from 2008 to 2018, there were a number of revisions or amendments that were done on IPSAS 25, just to address the issues to address the guidance that need to bridge the gap in the guidance based on the demands of times. So I would like to say that we cannot really come up with a perfect guidance. These are, I think all of our standards are work in progress. There is a need for us to stop and evaluate them, whether they are still responsive to the demands of our of the constituents or the users. So in this case, I think the standard measurement and even PP&E, these are long-awaited standards by our constituents, just like us in the Philippines. We're waiting for these standards. So I think we have worked enough on these standards, measurement standards, and still have until March 2023 to look at the, to standards and be able to come up with a better version ready for approval. And as mentioned by Chris and others, we can only test the applicability and practicality of these standards when it is already implemented. And that is where we need the inputs or the feedback, again, from our constituents. So I would like to say that we cannot really come up with perfect guidance, especially for this one, that this is a novel project of the board. So maybe from today until March 2023, we'll look at the gaps that we still have identified in this meeting, and perhaps in the succeeding months. And maybe by March 2023, we will be able to have a better version of the standards, which we can already approve and get tested when it is published. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I think in what you were saying when you were summing up, you mentioned something like rough edges around the standard. And I just want to be clear, I think, in terms of my expectations of what might come back to us in terms of advice. So I think, based on the discussion we've had today, what needs to come back in terms of advice is, if we're going to issue a measurement standard and a PPE standard and the conceptual framework, although to a lesser extent that at the same time, we need to have assurance in doing that we have thought about the integrity across our suite of standards. So if there is a link in Lisa's back to PP&E that doesn't quite work, we do need to address something like that, I think. So we just need to ensure the integrity. So I'd want advice that said, you need to do whatever it is for the integrity, acknowledging that there's this other work that needs to be done, which is the rough edge from my perspective, the rough edge in terms of we haven't really thought about this in terms of service concessions or leases or whatever. That's the rough edge in my mind, but we must have advice about the integrity of the standards. And I wondered whether Lynn's point earlier might go to that. And it may have been that we haven't exposed it as part of the due process, but if by not addressing that, we have a big hole in the standards, then I think we do have to address that however we do it, because we need the integrity in what we go out with, and the rough edge is the stuff that we can address later.
Well, I think we know where we are, and I think basically it's going to come back fundamentally to actually, can we have a standard that we can actually expose with clear further work? Because I think, let's take a step back and focus on what we have achieved here, and we have achieved a huge amount. So, let us focus on what we have achieved rather than, these bits around the edges, and it is bits around the edges that perhaps require some further work. Because I think from a point of view of, have we tried to fit this in within our existing literature? Yes, we have. We've done the work on things like fair value and so on. So it's not that we've done a bad job on this. It's actually that this does go across a lot of situations, and it's actually how do we make sure that it fits, and also where it gives additional choices. And I think that's actually what we're up against, because we do now actually have a clearly articulated additional public sector approach, which was sort of not really there before. I think perhaps it was used, bits of it were used, but now we have a clear, coherent approach to it, and it's about how do we make sure that that's worked through in the opportunities it gives, rather than because it actually is problematic in terms of pieces of work. And so I think therefore we need to go back and we need that piece of advice in terms of how do we approach this, and where would it leave us without having to re-expose the entire standard? And I think that has to be the fundamental at this stage, because of all the adverse consequences that we've heard about. So I think if the advice can be on that basis, please, and then we will have a look at where does that leave us and how do you communicate that and so on. And what does it also mean for our work programme? Because we have to focus on what does this mean for our work programme? Because I go back to what I said about social benefits. The clear decision we took then was we hadn't heard anything, was that to carry on would have taken a lot of extra resource, and actually probably wouldn't have got us to anywhere very different. So I think in the meantime, we carry on with fixing what we've got. I don't think we can do anything with this particular piece at the moment, but I think we may come back to it once we really understand what we've worked through the rest. But let's see where the decisions are when we get the advice from staff. Okay, Dave, move us on.
So the last agenda item for measurement is amendments to other IPSAS. So I just wanted to really highlight two key changes on the slide. One were the amendments to IPSAS 16. If you reviewed these in detail, you would have seen a lot of red in there, and that's because IPSAS 43, when it was implemented, made significant changes to IPSAS 16, and I've shown those in our consequential amendments. But nothing really beyond what IPSAS 43 reflected in IPSAS 16. And then the IPSAS 33 change is, I guess I preemptively went into IPSAS 33 and expanded what deem cost meant on adoption, and provided the option to use COV when using deem cost in IPSAS 33. So I guess that might get revisited later this afternoon to make it a little more clear and make sure it works with the other standards that we have going out. But that's what the amendment is that staff proposes.
Any comments from board members? Todd, and then Claudia.
I was waiting to see if someone else would put their flag up.
Claudia almost got there.
She did. She did. In terms of the amendments to other IPSAS in general, we've talked about this rough edges, this other work that needs to be done. I think it would be good in terms of the amendments, and perhaps it's embedding a BC or something in each of these standards that we need to think about, just acknowledging that there is the rough edges that it does need to be thought about. Because I think that, again, is important to the integrity overall, because we have this narrative, as I've said a few times, about fair values appropriate for financial, COV for operational, and I just like to see that sort of acknowledged through the suite of standards as well, which will hold us to account for making sure that we do address it. One other issue that I picked up in looking at the amendments relates to the amendments to IPSAS 31, And I think we've gone and embedded a whole lot of disclosures into IPSAS 31 or proposing to that aren't actually necessary, because if you're applying IPSAS 31, you will never get down to level 3 in the fair value hierarchy. You wouldn't be allowed to under IPSAS 31. So there's no need for about a couple of pages of disclosures that are about level 3 in the hierarchy.
Thanks, Todd. Always in favour of less. I think we need to come back to this point about what's involved in this work programme, because I think let's be clear, there are limits to it and there are specific areas. And I think rather than saying there's a huge piece of work that needs to be done, I think let's actually be clear about there are certain areas that need to be worked through. And let's get the advice on what those areas are, and let's chunk it up rather than saying this, you know, is hugely pervasive, etc., because I don't believe it actually is in that way. I think there are certain areas of work that we need to think through, and we need to be aware about putting stuff into other standards ahead of actually this is just a work programme issue, and we just need to set the effective date sufficiently long that we can work our way through those other pieces of work and make any amendments back to the main measurement standard if we need to. Claudia and then Renee.
I've just a remark too. In BC 59, we explained that we used the fair value in our IPSAS suite without 3 standards. And I couldn't see, for example, at IPSAS 21, where we acknowledge that we use another definition of fair value. So we have in the BC that we won't use the new fair value definition, but I don't see any consequential amendments to the other IPSAS that we kept the old definition.
Thanks, Claudia. I'll take a look into that.
Okay, Renee.
Yes, so in response to those proposed amendments, I think they're being superseded in IPSAS 33 by what we discussed today. So for example, the new paragraph that is being proposed, 64A, it assumes that deemed cost is fair value. And when fair value is not available, we can look to operational value. But I think what we decided this morning is that a preparer can choose as deemed cost, fair value, or operational value. And the same for the edits to paragraph 70. I think it assumes fair value. And I think if now you have also COV as an option, the way 70 is now updated will have to be reconsidered.
Okay, thanks. No. Yep, okay. Okay, so I think we've made progress through measurements. I think we will see the changes back on that. And you know, clearly the focus at the moment has to be on the other pieces of guidance in terms of the work that's been done already, the work that the drafting group is about to do to settle the drafting for both the remaining changes on property, plant and equipment and the conceptual framework chapter. So we will see the drafting changes from that by the time we get to the end of the main session on Thursday. And then those will be for approval on Friday. And then we will also have a look at the further changes that have been made to measurements. And I think we will also have the discussion at that stage in terms of then what is the plan or what's the advice from staff in terms of addressing the other areas that have been picked up and what would be involved and over what time frames, and how does that fit with what we've already agreed in terms of projects and so on. Okay. but that is within the art of the possible in terms of not having to move to re-exposure to get that advice on that basis to begin with. Okay, so with that, Dave, I think we've covered everything you wanted for today. Ross, is there anything else? So I think with that, we finish the formal meeting session for today. We're back here tomorrow morning as a board for the leases item before we move into sustainability reporting. And then, Dave, what's in terms of those who are joining the drafting group meeting, and if anybody's got an interest and wants to join in that discussion who isn't already a member of the drafting group, there is an open invitation to that. So, Dave, practical arrangements for that.
I think we just stay in this room and I'll put the document up on the screen and we'll just work through it that way.
Sounds good. Ross.
Or tomorrow, just to flag for members that we have 2 sustainability sessions. So session 8 is an open session where we'll be discussing all the feedback from the responses we received on the consultation paper, Advancing Public Sector Sustainability. Then hopefully that gets us to lunch. After lunch, the plan is to go into the closed strategic session that'll be board members only. Those online, those in the room, to talk through the strategic options and next steps, responding to the feedback we've received. So I just want to let people know that so they can manage their days tomorrow.
Good. Okay. Thanks everyone for the input today, and see you back 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.